your notes. I call the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure to order. Pursuant to Rule 6F and House Rule 11, Clause 2HF, the chairman may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment in which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays were ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare a recess at any time during today's meeting without objection. That is so ordered. A bill and amendment text have been distributed electronically, and paper copies are available here in the hearing room if you need one. I'd ask unanimous consent for the committee to use an amendments roster for any items under consideration by the committee, and without objection, that is also so ordered. So finally, today, we're going to be using an electronic voting system for any requested recorded votes. Yesterday, we held an open house for members to become familiar, and I will rediscuss the process prior to any recorded votes. But for awareness, my intention is to hold the first vote open for 5 minutes, and then subsequent votes will be open for 2 minutes, or upon discussion with the ranking member. If we need to adjust that down, or up for that matter, we may do so. And of course, should any technical issues arise, which I do not anticipate, as I've tested the system, and actually I have not tested the system, but my staff has, we will immediately transition to a traditional roll call vote. That said, today's committee is considering 4 measures: an amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, which is creating a Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act; H.R. 5089, Reducing Regulatory Burdens Act; H.R. 6248, Think Differently Transportation Act; and H.R. 7070, the Wildfire Response Improvement Act. Our first item for consideration is H.R. 7023, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Water Resources and the Environment for further consideration of H.R. 7023, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'd recognize Mr. Rouser to offer his amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
Clerk, please designate.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Rouser of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as the base text for the purposes of any further amendments. I now recognize Mr. Rouser for 5 minutes for his statement.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. I'm proud to offer and support the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act. This legislation represents a comprehensive package of targeted, common-sense improvements to the Clean Water Act permitting. By codifying many customary permitting practices, this package will ease overbearing regulatory requirements, protect good actors against frivolous lawsuits, and increase transparency, all while continuing to provide meaningful clean water protections. And that's the key point, isn't it? Balancing regulatory certainty with good environmental protection. This package strikes that balance. The amendment in the nature of substitute also incorporates language from 5 standalone bills, including one of my own. I want to thank Representatives Stauber, Owens, Burleson, and Duarte for their work authoring those other bills that are included in this package. The Clean Water Act has helped improve the quality of water bodies throughout the country in the 5 decades since its enactment. When it became law, it enjoyed bipartisan support and represented a hallmark achievement. While it has had positive effects, the Clean Water Act also requires some modernization so that its regulations better apply to current circumstances. We must have a regulatory regime that works to address supply chain challenges, strengthens American energy production, promotes commerce, avoids bureaucratic quagmires, and continues protecting water quality. This past year, the Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee held a hearing examining ways to modernize the Clean Water Act to better address realities on the ground. While we heard many success stories, we also heard many challenges. One overarching theme became very clear: years of weaponization of the Act by various administrations and radical environmentalist groups are negatively impacting our economy without providing any additional environmental protections. It is unfortunate but not surprising to hear that extreme activists have been using the courts to change the traditional and effective way Clean Water Act permitting has worked for decades. And as I've said many times privately and publicly, regulations should be simple to understand and easy to follow, which also makes them so much easier to enforce. Our global competitors care little to nothing about any regulatory structure or permitting. When they want to do something, they just do it without regard to the environment or any endangered species. While we certainly do not want to adopt that mentality, we should not be forced to wait years to build a manufacturing plant, new infrastructure, or energy projects. These delays only give our international competitors a distinct and significant advantage. Regulations should be transparent and carry out the intent of the law. They should not leave regulated communities like miners, utility companies, state and local governments, manufacturers, or any other hardworking Americans subject to bureaucratic uncertainty or line the pockets of trial lawyers. To put another way, American innovation and greatness cannot be achieved when rules and regulations are weaponized. As such, this legislation ensures regulatory transparency is once again the norm for clean water permitting. In achieving this goal, it makes many common sense fixes. First, it allows for a more transparent process for the creation of water quality standards used by the EPA for wastewater discharges under the NIPDES program, or more formally, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System program. This provision ensures EPA brings every interested party to the table. Second, it strengthens longstanding practice around the creation of NIPDES permits, ensuring that permits include clear limits and terms, and codifies EPA's own policy shielding permit holders from lawsuits when they act in good faith and comply with permit terms. Third, the legislation maintains EPA's 404C veto authority while ensuring that it can only be used as it was originally intended, not preemptively before anyone has applied for a permit or retroactively after a permit has already been issued. Fourth, this substitute incorporates bill language codifying longstanding practices for the application of nationwide permits by the Army Corps of Engineers. Nationwide permitting works to ensure projects move along in a timely manner, and this language protects against any administration's dismantling of its well-proven process for purely ideological reasons. And finally, it also creates clear standards for judicial review for agencies and permit holders, while providing clarity, consistency, and certainty for permit holders in the face of litigious activists. This legislation does not gut the Clean Water Act. Rather, it codifies longstanding permitting practices and ensures clarity and consistency for federal agencies and those required to obtain permits. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute as well as the underlying legislation. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I now yield to Mr. Larson for his statement on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Members of this committee on both sides of the aisle support efficiency and predictability in our nation's regulatory programs. Unfortunately, the changes that this bill makes go beyond promoting efficiency and predictability. The bill weakens the bedrock Clean Water Act protections, and accordingly, I'd ask members to oppose it. Democrats want to pass bills that invest in our infrastructure and get projects done faster. That's why we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law and invested billions in all types of infrastructure for communities nationwide. Fully funding projects and the federal agencies charged with approving these projects is the quickest way to get our infrastructure constructed and updated. This package of bills, on the other hand, is likely to slow down the permitting process and is certain to create ambiguity in other aspects of the law. Proponents of the legislation say it will enhance regulatory certainty for municipal wastewater treatment facilities. However, in doing so, the legislation also weakens requirements on mining operations and landfills while also removing any incentive for industrial and toxic discharges to report to federal and state agencies the unregulated chemical mixtures that may emanate from their facilities. This bill amends an already streamlined process for projects with minimal adverse impacts, lowering the bar so that larger projects with potentially greater indirect impacts can evade scrutiny. This bill limits judicial review while also opening informal agency actions to court challenge. Simply put it, the goal is clarity, consistency, and expediency. This bill fails. The changes proposed in this legislation need to be viewed in the context of the Supreme Court's Sackett versus EPA decision, which drastically reduced the scope of discharges and activities subject to the Clean Water Act protections. This bill seeks to further narrow the scope of discharges and activities subject to review and limitation, and is likely to further hamper efforts to protect our nation's waters. I do look forward to working with my colleagues on bipartisan, effective legislation that will upgrade our infrastructure, build our economy, and create jobs. I just will also note that this committee has a great history this year of bipartisan work. We're going to continue that work together. I just note that when it comes to Clean Water Act, we do have our differences, and we're going to continue to argue and debate those differences. So I oppose this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you, Rick. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for my statement, and I am pleased to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, which was offered by Mr. Rouser. This legislation incorporates 5 standalone bills, which have been authored by not only Chairman Rouser, but also T&I committee members Stauber, Duarte, Owens, and Burleson, to make permitting processes under the Clean Water Act more consistent and transparent for permit holders and seekers, as well as permitting agencies. The Clean Water Act became law in 1972 with strong bipartisan support because clean water supports healthy communities and a variety of industries across the United States, from farming to fishing to manufacturing. Unfortunately, we've seen this law weaponized over the years to delay permits or even prevent critical infrastructure and energy projects from moving forward. Ultimately, these actions harm the health and economic well-being of the nation. And I want to make clear that these bills do not overhaul or roll back the Clean Water Act. Instead, the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023 makes targeted and common sense reforms to the law by preventing the 404C veto authority from being used improperly, creating clearer judicial review standards for permit holders and for agencies, ensuring that Section 402 permits use more transparent data and are written more clearly, and codifying long-standing practices for the application of nationwide permits. I want to thank Representative Rouser and colleagues on the committee for their work on this legislation. I'd urge support of this amendment in the nature of a substituting to the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back my time. And Mr. Napolitano, you recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I raise in strong opposition to this bill. This bill will significantly reduce remaining Clean Water Act protections that survived last year's Supreme Court ruling. Not satisfied with the second decision that eliminated protections for more than 50% of the wetlands and up to 70% of streams, this package would hamstring the ability of EPA and the Army Corps to operate independently to protect our nation's waterways. These proposals go in the wrong direction by giving even more to the polluters, and sacrificing the needs of communities that depend on clean water. After second, Congress should be working to restore the protections of the Clean Water Act that worked for over 50 years. We've made too much progress in cleaning up the rivers and streams for Congress to give up now. That's why I'm opposed to these proposed changes that weaken the bedrock Clean Water Act protections. 7023 will add additional hurdles to EPA's ability to issue water quality standards. It will reduce, if not eliminate, opportunities for the public to seek redress when they are harmed by violations of the Clean Water Act. It would effectively eliminate EPA's ability to oversee and block dangerous projects. Communities will not benefit from these changes, but the polluters like mining companies, the oil and gas industry, and other toxic polluters will. My colleague would like to approve projects faster, but we need to ensure that these projects are built with full consideration of impacts to the human health and the environment. I support the EPA and the Corps working with local communities, with tribes and states to make these important decisions. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to our work together on this year's WRDA bill. Let's go back to focusing on what works. I cannot support this legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Napolitano. I now recognize Mr. Owens, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking today in support of the amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 7023. This ANS includes language from my legislation, H.R. 7021, the Water Quality Criteria Development and Transparency Act. I'm sure everyone would agree that the feedback from matter experts and congressional members who are conversant with their constituents should be considered invaluable. The EPA, however, views input from these stakeholders differently, at least in regards to water quality criteria for National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permits. In this instance, the EPA claims that these criteria are mere guidance, and when viewed as such, most often disregarded. They are not viewed as a final agency action. States can adopt different criteria in theory, but the EPA makes the process so difficult and burdensome that most states are forced to adopt the EPA recommended criteria. As the EPA proceeds to voluntarily take comments and feedback on these criteria, they simultaneously place limits on the time of review. These reviews, by the way, come from its own internal Science Advisory Board. Speaking on behalf of stakeholders, a review from its own internal board should not be enough. The ANS language, the language in this ANS from my bill, the Water Quality Criteria Development and Transparency Act, would ensure that the development of these criteria would be treated with the same respect as any other final agency actions or new regulation. It would also specifically include stakeholder feedback. The stakeholder continually deals with increasingly burdensome permitting systems through the EPA. Their real-life experience allows for knowledge of what will and what will not work. Their insight and experience deserves consideration by the EPA. Also needed in a limited way is EPA accountability through judicial review. The judicial system has been abused through tactics of activists for years, but this review would be very limited. I would prefer no more onerous regulations on criteria, but if new ones are going to be created, industry experts should be involved in the process. Career government bureaucrats developing these criteria in a vacuum should be concerning to everyone in the pipeline. Feedback and input from field experts, on the other hand, saves time, money, and resources. The EPA must consider the opinions of industry stakeholders. Regulations should be treated as such, and requirements should be treated as such, and this portion of the ANS would ensure that. I urge my colleagues to support this language and the ANS to HR 7023 as a whole. I yield back to balance my time to the chair. Thank you.
I now yield 5 minutes to you, Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all of your work getting this package through our committee. I would also like to thank Chairman Rouser for supporting the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act and leading the charge on this important issue. The Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act will push back against the out-of-control Environmental Protection Agency and ensure that important projects are approved in an efficient manner. The EPA has used the Clean Water Act to delay or block projects and ensure a radical climate agenda is fulfilled at the cost of projects that are crucial to the United States and our citizens. The EPA is often inconsistent, non-transparent, and unfair in its decision to approve projects, even when these projects have little to no impact on the environment. This bill would cut red tape, strengthen the permitting process in favor of those seeking the permits, and provide clarity to the EPA to ensure that they are following what the law intends, and most importantly, fight back against the radical climate agenda. As bad as the EPA has been, they're not the only entity that's standing in the way of these projects' approval. After these permits go through the long process of being approved, environmental groups, through the legal system, then sue these essential projects, delaying them from going through. And that's why this bill includes my legislation, the Judicial Review Timeline Clarity Act, to address this very issue. The Judicial Review Timeline Clarity Act ensures that any lawsuit seeking judicial review of a Section 404 general or individual permit must be filed within the first 60 days of the permit's issuance. If the court decides the Army Corps did not comply with the law in approving the projects, it will be remanded back to the Secretary, where they have 180 days to take action that the court has ordered. Businesses already must jump through regulatory hoops when applying for these permits. For example, they must demonstrate that these projects will have little to no impact on the health of water and show they have exhausted all alternatives to discharging. Even with these strict regulations, environmental groups sue to stall these projects, claiming they will have a negative impact on the environment. These permits then get held up in court. And our court system should be fair and speedy, but environmental groups have manipulated the process to make it long. The Judicial Review Timeline Clarity Act will bring needed reform to litigation and ensure that any challenge to these permits are efficient, fast, and fair. And again, I appreciate the work from Chairman Graves and the subcommittee Chairman Rouser, and look forward to seeing this bill passed in committee today. Thank you. And I yield back the rest of my time.
We're now considering amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. No, there's not. For what purpose does Mr. Graves, Louisiana, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 089.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves, who, by the way, his birthday is today.
Which means all of you should vote for my amendment, sight unseen.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I first just want to say thank you to you and to the Chairman Rouser for the work on this legislation. I really appreciate it. This bill, just for background purposes, as you all know, is a sort of compilation of a number of efforts to try to streamline and I think strike the right balance on environmental issues and ensuring that we're focusing truly on the environment and not on ancillary issues. Related to this, we have an amendment that we brought up in this committee before, and it effectively does two things. Number one, there is currently a general permit that is allowed to be issued, but what we've seen over the last few years is that there has been a lack of predictability or certainty in that the administration has just been sitting on these applications, in some cases simply extending existing permits without giving any clarity at all to the applicants. So what this amendment does is effectively two things. Number one, it says if you have an existing permit and the administration is not going to renew it, they have to give you advanced heads up of that. They can't just not act or cancel your permit at the last minute. It requires notice ahead of time if they're going to cancel your permit. So let me say this again. It does not prohibit the non-renewal or canceling of a permit, but it does require that they be notified ahead of time. Number two, if a permit has not been acted on in time of expiration, if you have an existing permit and it has not been extended or your renewal has not been acted upon, what it does is it allows for the conditions of the permit to continue under the existing conditions until the administration has actually made a decision. So, so again, advance notice if you're not going to renew, and then if you have not acted at time of permit expiration and the applicant did the appropriate renewal application, then it would allow the conditions to continue on until the administration makes a decision. Urge adoption amendment, yield back.
Now I recognize Mr. Larson, 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose the amendment that Mr. Graves, Representative Graves has offered. This amendment allows existing and prospective.
We note it's my birthday.
I'm sorry. I'll get to that near the end of my statement, but I would like my 5 minutes to start over. This amendment will allow existing and prospective permittees to continue to utilize Clean Water Act general permits for the discharge of pollutants after the expiration date until such time as a new permit for the same discharge is issued. It's my understanding that federal agencies have done a good job of ensuring that useful and practical Clean Water Act general discharge permits are renewed on time. However, if a permit is left to expire, there's usually a good reason for that as well. Either agencies have decided to amend the terms and conditions of the general permit to respond to outside suggestions for changes, or some outside event, such as a third-party lawsuit, has prevented the revised permit from taking effect. In both instances, there may be valid reasons why the revised permit may not be ready. Furthermore, I would remind colleagues that just because a general permit authority may expire, that does not mean the underlying activity is prevented under the Clean Water Act. The statute provides EPA and the states with ample authority to approve the proposed discharge through regular individual permit authority under Section 402. This amendment could have unintended consequences. I oppose this amendment, and with that, I wish Mr. Graves happy birthday.
Do any other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman,
Yep. Mr. Rouser, recognized 5 minutes.
I support Mr. Graves' common sense amendment, and it's certainly going to provide additional clarity for NIPD's permit holders. This amendment, which passed the House of Representatives last year by voice vote as part of H.R. 1, specifies that if the EPA does not provide ample notice to general permit holders under the NIPD's program, that they will not be issued a general permit. Existing permit holders are provided continued coverage until the EPA acts. This is a good common sense amendment, and particularly in light of the fact that it is his birthday, I highly recommend everybody vote aye.
Are there any other speakers on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. No. The ayes appear to have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Chair, we ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a vote on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed.
And Mr. Chair, could I speak out of turn? Could I survey my members to see whose birthday it is today so we can get a free amendment as well? Would that be all right?
Or anybody close? Further amendments. Mr. Garamendi,
I have an amendment at the desk.
please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 164.
Without objection, the amendment would be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi, recognized for 5 minutes to speak on your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Look forward to presenting this amendment and then asking that it be withdrawn. We've been down this particular path before. This is an amendment that would create parity between the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Clean Water Act. In the Safe Drinking Water Act, private utilities and cooperatives can apply for federal financing under the State Revolving Fund. They cannot in the Clean Water Act, which deals with discharges from sanitation facilities. It doesn't make any sense that they can't. This amendment would create that parity between the two programs so that private utilities and co-ops could apply for money that was not used in any particular period of time. So this would be the additional money that was not called to be used. Unfortunately, we are in the process now of what we actually did as Democrats in 2021, and that was to put forth a very partisan bill. It did pass and went nowhere. And that's exactly what's going to happen now with this particular piece of legislation. It's unfortunate that we do not work together, but that's where we are as a House and unfortunately as a committee. I'm not going to say that we started it as Democrats in 2021, but it is continuing today. If we had worked together, we could put out a common sense, bipartisan piece of legislation, which unfortunately we don't have before us. Given all that, I do want to thank Mr. Bost for working with me on this amendment, and I think he probably wants to make some comments. And I yield back.
Mr. Bost.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to express my support of the gentleman's amendment. This policy would help ensure that all water systems have access to resources to ensure that all of our constituents have clean water. Now, I understand that he's actually going to withdraw the amendment, but I hope that we can work on it in the future together.
Mr. Chairman, with that and the opportunity to work on this in the future, I do withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. The amendment's been withdrawn. Mr. Huffman, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Huffman of California, number 76.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Huffman, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the aftermath of the Sackett decision, the Supreme Court severely limited the Clean Water Act's ability to protect tributaries and headwaters, and because of this, at this very moment, Congress should be trying to move legislation that builds and protects the Clean Water Act, giving EPA new tools, further tools to hold polluting industries accountable, safeguarding the power of states and tribes to protect sensitive ecological areas, emboldening communities to have an active role in the permitting process for projects that will impact their livelihoods, their health, their drinking water. Sadly, this is not what we're doing today. In fact, House Republicans are doing the opposite. In the aftermath of the Sackett decision, they're trying to gut the Clean Water Act even further by removing EPA's ability to deny Clean Water Act permits, turning it into a rubber stamp for polluters. They're removing NEPA and ESA protections, as well as state consultation. And further, Republicans are trying to eliminate judicial review, making it virtually impossible for a community to challenge a project after it's been hastily approved through this new permitting process. The reality is the bills before us today will accomplish one thing: to let polluting industries more easily pollute. And look, I'm wishing Mr. Garrett Graves a happy birthday today, but giving a big gift to polluting industries is not the right way to celebrate his birthday. I fear that we have forgotten why we came together in a bipartisan way to pass the original Clean Water Act. The purpose of that law was to protect communities and the environment. Just 50 years ago, we had lakes and streams that you couldn't wade in, much less fish in. We had rivers that would catch fire and we couldn't put them out. Is this what you want to go back to? Is this making America great again? Let's at least be honest about it. The sad reality from the past that Republicans are trying to take us back to today is pollution. Really terrible pollution. And that's why it's disingenuous to refer to this legislation as, quote, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act. In reality, it does the opposite. So let's stop the euphemisms, the gaslighting, let's be honest. And that's what my amendment does. It would simply change the text and title of the legislation to accurately reflect what it does. First and foremost, it changes the title of the bill to the Dirty Water Permitting Act. Let's just be honest about what's going on here. The title is more transparent. It paints a better picture of the bill because it doesn't ensure certainty or clean water. Let's not lie about it. Further, the amendment would change the section titles, including replacing the language reducing permitting uncertainty with more accurate language, expanding dirty water permitting, and replacing judicial review timeline clarity with accurate language, promoting the pollution of our waterways by restricting judicial review. Look, what you're doing with this legislation is obvious. You can't hide it by gaslighting or euphemisms or anything else, by silencing community voices, amplifying the ability of polluters to build projects that are going to wreck our waterways. This bill will endanger our environment, our public health, and safety. The intent is clear. My amendment simply corrects any mischaracterizations in this bill to make it more honest. I respectfully request your support for this amendment and yield back.
Mr. Rouser, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't disagree more. I appreciate the gentleman's engagement on the issue, and I certainly have great respect for his point of view, but I could not disagree more with the premise. This legislation is basically getting us back to the original intent and implementation of the Clean Water Act. That's all it does. It gets rid of the loopholes that have been woven into it to weaponize this program against what is good and great for America and the American people. So while we have very, very different opinions on this amendment, I strongly reject the premise, and I urge everyone to oppose it. I yield back.
Any other speakers? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I always appreciate my friend from California's amendments and the thoughtfulness he puts behind them. And I actually want to differ from my friend from North Carolina who said he respects the gentleman from California's perspective. I respect my friend from California. I'm not sure that I can get to respecting the perspective at this point. Look, my friend from California beat up on the fact that the Supreme Court recently stepped in and offered a new opinion, not a new opinion, I think actually reframed for about the 5th time the Clean Water Act to actually the 4 corners of what the law says. The law says navigable waters. To me, navigable waters means a boat. It doesn't mean my friend building a little shoebox, with a sail on it or something and sending it in the water. It means navigable, and that's what Congress said. And it wasn't just this last decision. It was the Swank decision. It was the Rapanos decision, because what's happened over time is that the EPA and the Corps of Engineers have gone well beyond the 4 corners of the law in terms of exercising authority. Again, the law says navigable waters. Over the years, the agencies have come back and come up with creative connections like this. They've said the way that these waters are connected and should be regulated is because you take a navigable water body and you have a migratory bird that connects the two. Therefore, we should have jurisdiction over this other isolated water body. Think about that for just a minute. They're saying that a migratory bird is what Congress meant when they said navigable waters, therefore giving jurisdiction over isolated water bodies. Number 2, in the past, they've come in and said, well, oh, no. Congress meant that the Corps of Engineers and EPA should have jurisdiction over these isolated waters, non-navigable water bodies, because they're connected through underground aquifers. I mean, look, I got to give them an A for creativity, but that is contrary to congressional intent. Now, my friend from California brought up something else. He said that what we should be doing is we should be sitting down and writing laws and perhaps reframing the Clean Water Act. I gotta tell you, I'm open to that. I'm open to that. I'm open to sitting down and actually writing something that the EPA and the Corps of Engineers stop this ridiculousness of playing regulatory whack-a-mole, where they do something that we all know is illegal and unconstitutional, yet they put the regulations out there, they wait for the 5 or 10 years until a case gets all the way to the Supreme Court and shuts it down. I don't think that's good. But renaming the bill and little quirks like that don't make any sense. Lastly, my friend said that this bill prevents judicial review. And that's not the case. Look, the reality is this. Every year you have over 115 lawsuits on NEPA alone, just on NEPA, the Clean Water Act, many, many more. These lawsuits and the attorneys that are involved in them, they intentionally are designed to delay action, to delay projects, to create more uncertainty, to cost more money. In some cases, these are projects for ecological restoration that have impacted our state. So what this does is it tries to put better parameters around timelines and better certainty for litigation, which I think makes a lot more sense. So I otherwise associate myself with my friend from North Carolina's comments, Mr. Rouser. This amendment is simply a gimmick, and I urge that we don't play this game. I oppose the amendment. Yield back.
Mr. LaMalfa, recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, here we have more drama here in order to probably gain coverage by the San Francisco Chronicle from my colleague on the North Coast here. Loves getting these articles by baiting people in committee. It's real cute. So what are we basing this on here? You know, the original Clean Water Act passed 50 years ago with good intent, bipartisanly, has been weaponized over these many years by slick environmental organizations, lawyers like my colleague from the North Coast spent a lot of his career doing with the NRDC. So here we are, unable to do reasonable projects and make simple course corrections on legislation that was made with good intent after many years and layers of lawsuits, courts, liberal judges, the whole works that have put us where we are today, where you can't hardly get a project done. It isn't really about clean water. It's about stopping projects. It's about making them more expensive and running out the clock so people cannot afford to do anything that might somehow affect that. So the Sackett decision, originally based on somebody trying to build a stock pond on their private property. And it's grown into some monster of people not being able to use their land reasonably. So here we are. We have a acutely worded amendment, Dirty Water Permitting Act. You know, I mean, that's a pretty broad brush. And talk about trying to get bipartisan work done around here in any of these committees. That isn't how you do it, because Republicans are not simply about dirty water permitting, okay? So we talk about gaslighting, talk about nonsense. And I'd like to point out, too, the environmental destruction happening right now in the Klamath River with the holy grail of removing those 4 hydroelectric dams that produce hydroelectric power. What the Democrats want more electric everything. Cars, stoves, weed eaters, you name it. Trucks, trains, they even see airplanes. Imagine that. And they've taken away the ability to generate hydroelectric power, which is 24/7 base load power you can rely on. Not the windmills, not the solar panels that are covered in snow, or the windmills spinning apart, what have you. So this is a very disingenuous headline, trying to grab headlines type of amendment here. It isn't productive to the overall process, and really is what disgusts people about the legislative process we see here in DC. So we should strongly oppose this, strongly oppose the gaslighting that continues to happen against my Republican colleagues in this committee and other committees over rhetoric like this. For people trying to make simple course corrections over a bureaucracy that's run amok for 50 years. Just because there's a government seal and a badge by an agency person in place doesn't make them any more infallible in the decisions they make and the rules they write and the stuff they inflict upon especially rural areas, western states, people trying to do timber, mining, farming, ranching, highway construction, dam construction, levee rebuilding, hydroelectric power. We see this thwarted time and time and time again for the stuff that is producing things that people need. Where are you going to get all the electricity? Where are you going to get the minerals that need to be mined to make all your batteries? All these things, and the pie in the sky viewpoint that Democrats have of electrifying everything at the same time as you're taking it all away, using and weaponizing what was well intended 50 years ago, the Clean Water Act. Now I get to see in my backyard, my constituents, watching deer drowning in the muck in the Klamath River, an eagle, at least one eagle, caught up in that muck, drowning and dying. Fish and Game having to be dispatched out there to shoot the deer because there's no possible way the local firefighters and other emergency personnel can go out and rescue these critters out there. And yes, the fish that they purport to be protecting on the Klamath River, hundreds of them washing up on the shore, dead from this stinking muck that is washing all the way down to the Pacific Ocean. So this is a very disingenuous amendment and should be withdrawn and certainly opposed. I yield back.
We are, I'll go ahead and recognize, we've got a couple of members that are dealing with other markups, so at this point, I'm going to recognize Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I respectfully request to claim time on this amendment to speak on my legislation 7023.
Without objection.
Our permitting system is a great burden to our nation. It prevents us from building new roads and bridges and often delays projects from even getting started. It stops us from bringing energy sources online. It deters investment in our communities. Permitting is holding America back. H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act, seeks to unleash the American economy. It is a package of common sense reforms that will reduce regulatory burdens, establish certainty, and increase transparency in our permitting system. This will, in turn, create opportunities for home builders, farmers, loggers, and small business owners alike, enticing them to invest in projects that help our local economies grow and our rural communities flourish. I'd like to highlight Section 4 of H.R. 7023. Section 4 is the language of my bill, the Reducing Permitting Uncertainty Act. Section 40C of the Clean Water Act allows the EPA to veto a dredge and fill permit. However, the EPA has taken it upon itself to proactively reject permits and retroactively take away permits. In a country of due process, it seems absurd that a federal agency can dictate whether a project is good or bad before an application is even filed. If we reject ideas before they mature, we crush any chance for ingenuity, growth, and progress in this country. Do innovators no longer deserve the opportunity to make their case and share their creative solutions? Further, the ability to take away permits when projects are well underway is outrageous. A constant threat that the government will waltz in and shut down years of hard work. Talk about creating an unwelcoming atmosphere for job creators. This section of H.R. 7023 is not a dramatic departure from the status quo. It is clarifying a timeline. When an application is pending, the EPA can make determination whether or not to veto. Simple. It does not change the process, and it does not take away the EPA's right to veto. It just makes things clearer for those who want to bring projects online and help unleash the American economy. It returns our process to one that is science and fact-based rather than political. And I want to thank Congressman Rouser for his work on this package of reforms, and I want to thank the chairman for bringing up this bill and allowing me to claim my time. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Van Orden, recognized for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent the largest contiguous section of the Mississippi River of any congressional district in the country. And in the 3rd Congressional District of the state of Wisconsin, we have some groundbreaking environmental work that's done with retention ponds to capture agricultural runoff and nutrients. If what took place, or what the gentleman from California wants to take place, these would become navigable waterways, and speaking to the farmers, they will not be able to keep these open, which means they'd fill them in, and these agricultural byproducts, nutrients would wind up in the Mississippi River, and that's unacceptable, in addition, the preponderance of corn that's moved throughout the state of Wisconsin is done through the Mississippi River, and we've just been designated by a new Corn Belt port. And if we're unable to conduct dredging operations, this could change the economic, or it could have a very detrimental impact on the state of Wisconsin economically and also for all of our farmers. And I would remind my colleague from the state of California that the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight Committee are down the hall. This is a bipartisan committee, and taking shots like this is inappropriate. This is a foolish amendment, and it should be withdrawn. With that, I yield back.
Are there any other speakers on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. No. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. Mr. Stanton,
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Stanton of Arizona, number 040.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Stanton,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As a member who represents the Desert Southwest, I can tell you that no issue is more top of mind than water. Safeguarding our water, making sure we have enough clean water is essential to our economy and our way of life. In Arizona, 54% of the water supply comes from surface water, including Colorado River and other in-state rivers like the Salt and Verde Rivers. So safeguarding these surface waters is a priority for everyone across the state. The impacts of climate change, including extreme weather and drought that were once an arid region issue, are now being felt nationwide. And the corresponding uncertainty highlights the critical importance of protecting our river streams, lakes, and groundwater recharge areas as potential drinking water sources. This concern is compounded by the Sackett decision, which originally eliminated federal protection of intermittent, ephemeral streams that are a source of public drinking water for 117 million Americans and more than 3.2 million Arizonans. Accordingly, we need to be more vigilant in our efforts to safeguard these water bodies that remain protected by the Clean Water Act. My amendment starts from the premise of do no harm and would pause the implementation of any changes proposed in the bill until the EPA administrator determines that they will not have an adverse effect on drinking water sources or the health of surface waters in arid, drought-prone areas. In the desert, water has always been scarce, and with the impacts of climate change, it has only grown more urgent for us to protect these waters. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rouser, 5 minutes.
I oppose the gentleman's amendment. This effectively guts the bill, and simply requiring the administrator to make this kind of ruling certainly opens the door to even more litigation, delayed permitting even further. and that is the opposite of what the bill is aiming to do and will do if enacted. I yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment, and according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, 2023 was the 5th warmest and 43 driest on year, based on data collected going back to 1895. As many areas of the country experience the uncertainty of extreme weather and drought caused by climate change, the importance of protecting rivers, lakes, streams, and wetlands as potential drinking water sources has become even more apparent. This is especially true in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's Sackett decision, which resulted in the loss of historic clean water protections on over half of the nation's wetlands and over 70% of rivers and streams. According to the EPA, over 117 million Americans get all or part of their drinking water from the smaller rivers and streams that likely lost federal protection because of Sackett. As a result, we do need to remain vigilant in protecting those water bodies that remain covered by the Clean Water Act from the harmful effects of pollution. This amendment suspends the implementation of the underlying bill until the EPA administrator determines it will not result in increased contamination of water bodies designated as important for drinking water or located in arid or drought-prone areas. So I support this amendment and urge colleagues to do the same.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The nays appear to have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute as previously announced to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Thank you. Mr. Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Pappas of New Hampshire, number 097.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Pappas, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. Ensuring the safety of our environment and water is critical to all of our constituents. And since coming to Congress, I've focused on ensuring that we are protecting our water and holding polluters accountable for the PFAS contamination that they're causing in our communities. Our constituents are demanding not just our attention, but our action on this issue, and that's why there's a very robust bipartisan congressional PFAS task force that's worked to push important legislation that can help this crisis. Unfortunately, today's bill, as currently drafted, would take us backwards on addressing PFAS pollution. While I share the conviction that wastewater utilities should not be held liable for discharging PFAS-related chemicals introduced by upstream actors, this bill would provide a free pass for industries like mining companies and landfills, shielding them from being responsible for anything they may discharge in their waste stream, including lead, mercury, arsenic, and PFAS. Specifically, the underlying bill would amend the Clean Water Act to allow any permittee to be considered compliant with the discharge requirements of the Clean Water Act for any pollutant specifically addressed in the permit, as well as any pollutant not identified in the permit but contained in the same effluent waste stream. By removing any standard for permittees to monitor for any pollutants not specifically in their permit, the underlying bill not just creates a liability shield for these industries, but also establishes a disincentive for these actors to monitor their waste streams. So this amendment would simply require any Clean Water Act permittee to monitor and report discharges of emerging contaminants, including PFAS, in order to be compliant with their Clean Water Act permit. The amendment also authorizes $20 million annually over 5 years to help our publicly owned treatment works implement such monitoring programs. In recent months, we've seen states like South Carolina and New York who have proposed and implemented similar actions by requiring monitoring for PFAS and other emerging contaminants in discharges as a condition of Clean Water Act permits issued by states. In South Carolina, for example, the state's Department of Health and Environmental Control recently began requiring industrial facilities and wastewater treatment plants to disclose if PFAS is present in these discharges. So by gathering additional data, wastewater treatment plants can better understand their effluents, while the public can gain a more thorough understanding of the health of our waterways, our environment, and ultimately our drinking water. Providing those we represent with additional information of the presence of these emerging contaminants, including PFAS, is, I think, the least we can do to protect public health and protect the well-being of our constituents. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Rouser, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose this amendment. It would mandate additional requirements for all NIPD's permit holders and create a duplicative grant program to address emerging contaminants. The Clean Water Act prohibits discharging pollutants through a point source into navigable waters unless they have a NIPD's permit. These permits contain specific limits on what can be discharged, monitoring and reporting requirements, and other measures to ensure water quality as well. These permits can already include measures to address PFAS and other emerging contaminants, from monitoring and reporting requirements to discharge limits. By requiring every NIPD's permit holder to monitor and report on emerging contaminants, this amendment would add an excessive mandate to the program. The Clean Water Act also established the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, SRF as we know it, which provides financing to states for high-priority water and wastewater infrastructure projects. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act provided a total of $10 billion to address emerging contaminants, including $1 billion in grants through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which can be used to monitor contaminants for the purposes of planning, designing, and constructing a water infrastructure project. In fact, New Hampshire is already benefiting from emerging contaminant funding through the Clean Water SRF. For example, the town of Conway, New Hampshire, is utilizing funding to investigate treatment options to reduce and/or remove PFAS from a local landfill. Billions of dollars of emerging contaminant funding that was included in the infrastructure bill are still available to states, making the new grant program that this amendment would authorize duplicative and totally unnecessary. I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment, which corrects an unintended consequence of the bill that the U.S. EPA identified. Since '94, the EPA has had in place a permit shield policy, and under this policy, NPDES permits are provided legal protection if they're applied for in good faith and with honest disclosures of all pollutants potentially contained in the discharge. Section 3 codifies an expanded version of the permit shield applicable to any discharger, whether a municipal treatment plant, a mining site, or industrial discharger. EPA noted this expanded permit shield language creates a disincentive for permittees to identify pollutants that are part of their waste stream during the development of their permit. EPA also noted that dischargers, especially industrial dischargers, are far more likely to know what chemicals are contained in their wastewater than federal or state regulators. Yet Section 3 creates a competitive disadvantage for a permittee who is transparent and who may incur additional controls or requirements to address voluntarily disclosed pollutants. The POPS amendment affirmatively requires all NPDES permit holders to monitor and disclose emerging contaminants contained in their wastewater. Communities across the nation have learned firsthand of the human health risks associated with forever chemicals such as PFAS, a pollutant often found in wastewater municipal treatment works as well as industrial dischargers. We should not be creating incentives for permittees to ignore the discharge of these chemicals. This amendment will help federal and state agencies understand the most significant sources of forever chemical pollution. EPA is working to develop permit limits for PFAS chemicals, and this amendment will help that effort. It's also encouraging to hear other members know how great the bipartisan infrastructure law is working in other states, and we can all take advantage of the BIL funding as New Hampshire has done. I support that amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute by Mr. Pappas. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the nays have it. The nays do have it. Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Mr. Ryan, I think, is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Ryan of New York, number 054.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Ryan, you're recognized for 5 minutes on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the spirit of this bill which is about confidence, creating confidence in clean water permitting. And my amendment really tries to get to the heart of that. In my community in the Hudson Valley of New York, there is very little confidence that our drinking water is protected from forever chemicals like PFAS and other similar forever chemicals. My amendment introduced today would ensure that the provisions of this bill will not result in an increase of pollutants being discharged into our waterways, specifically into drinking water sources, including an increase in the discharge of chemicals like PFAS, as well as nutrients associated with excessive algae growth and algal bloom. It is widely known and accepted that exposure to PFAS can be and is harmful to human health, and the health consequences from exposure include reproductive health issues, developmental delays in children, increased risk for cancers, compromised immune function, hormonal imbalances, and increased cholesterol and obesity risks. In my district, in the city of Newburgh, the town of Newburgh, and the town of New Windsor, all of these issues, all of these serious health issues have been widely experienced by my constituents because of serious PFAS contamination of their drinking water supply for decades. I'm deeply concerned that some of the provisions of this bill would rewind the clock and bring us back after a decade plus of working to clean up this water. Of course, this issue is not experienced just in my district. It is similarly experienced, as you heard from my colleague in New Hampshire, around the country. We must, at the end of the day, ensure that, in particular, our kids are protected, that our drinking water is safe, and that we just can simply not afford to go backwards in terms of our drinking water and PFAS in particular. With that, I urge adoption of my amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Rouser, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I am strongly opposed to the gentleman's amendment because it would introduce more uncertainty into the permitting processes that we are working to make clearer and more effective with the underlying legislation. The goal of the Clean Water Act is to balance environmental protection with economic progress by limiting the discharge of pollutants into navigable waters without a permit issued under the Section 402 and 404 permitting programs. Requiring the administrator to make an arbitrary determination, which will be nearly impossible to make, will open these permitting processes up to even more litigation and delay. And to correct the record, I'd also like to make some comments regarding the specific references in the amendment to as it relates to emerging contaminants and nutrient runoff that can cause harmful algae blooms to form in water bodies. The EPA currently has the authority to issue technology-based effluent limits and water quality criteria to restrict PFAS discharges under the Clean Water Act, but has not yet done so. Even without those guidelines from the EPA, permit writers are currently able to incorporate PFAS monitoring, best management practices, and even limitations into NIPD's permits to address PFAS. Regarding nutrient runoff, the Clean Water Act Section 404 and 402 permitting regimes do not regulate non-point sources of pollution, which includes nutrient runoff. Section 402 even explicitly exempts agriculture and certain stormwater runoff from requiring a NIPD's permit. So I'd like to remind my colleagues once again that the reforms in this package do not undermine or roll back Clean Water Act protections. Instead, these targeted modifications will help restore what was once common practice in the implementation of the Clean Water Act, limit unnecessary litigation, and make the law more effective. So I strongly oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do so as well. I yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We discussed the importance of protecting clean water, yet clearly disagree on whether the changes made by this bill will or will not adversely impact water quality. I do support this amendment, though, because the ultimate litmus test is whether the changes made by this bill are likely to increase the discharge of pollutants, especially those causing the greatest water quality challenges, such as forever chemicals or nutrients causing harmful algal blooms. Forever chemicals, such as PFAS, have no place in our communities. I and many of us have been supportive of federal, state, and local efforts to ensure we prevent the further discharge of these legacy contaminants into the environment. More and more communities are facing the economic, environmental, and human health costs of harmful algal blooms as well, blooms that are fueled by excessive nutrients in the water. The This amendment suspends implementation of the underlying bill until the EPA administrator determines that the changes contained within the bill will not increase the discharge of pollutants such as forever chemicals or nutrients that cause harmful algal blooms. If we are all certain that the changes made by this bill will not increase the discharge of these pollutants, we should simply accept the amendment. And I support this amendment and urge all my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment in the nature of a substitute by Mr. Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the nays have it.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, request to record a vote, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, request a vote on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Is that three? Three. Yep. Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 090.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to be very clear on what this amendment does, what it doesn't do. The base text of the bill does establish a timeline for when you have to file a lawsuit after a decision is made on a permit. What this amendment does is it still allows anyone to file a lawsuit. However, the public participation process is designed to proactively identify and solve problems that may come up as a result of an application to build a project or carry out some type of activity. That is designed, again, to proactively identify, mitigate, address, what have you, problems that may come up. What we've seen is that folks who want to come out and file frivolous lawsuits, they will intentionally not participate in the public participation process, in the public comment process, and they will wait for they will wait for a decision to be made, then file a lawsuit. So what this amendment does is it simply says that anyone can file a lawsuit, but you have to at least attempt to participate in the public process. And I want to be clear, by attempting, it means you have to at least submit comments identifying your issue, your concern, your problem. And at that point, you have standing to file if the issue was not addressed under your interpretation of adequately being addressed. So, say it again. It does not prevent lawsuits. It simply says that you first need to participate in the public participation process. You need to submit your comments and try and proactively address things in the forum that Congress intended problems be addressed in. Don't wait on the outside and do this sneak attack, waiting to simply delay projects development or any type of activity. So, urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I oppose the amendment that Representative Graves has offered. This amendment shines a spotlight on one of the fundamental concerns that I have with Section 6 of the bill, which seeks to eviscerate, if not eliminate, the opportunity for judicial review of core permits. The overwhelming majority of permitted activities under Section 404 are carried out through the Corps' general permit authority. The approval processes for activities carried out under the general permit are fundamentally different from those under the individual Section 404 permit. First, parameters of a general permit are typically established by rulemaking long before the authority is used at an individual site. As a result, there can be a significant time lapse between when a general permit is issued versus when it is utilized at a particular site, making the proposed time limitation on judicial review unworkable for many general permitted activities. Second, while the public is generally given notice when a permittee applies for an individual 404 permit under the general permit authority, if a potential user fits the parameters, the activity is, quote, pre-authorized with no notice required to the Corps or the public. Again, the proposed limit on review would be unworkable because it's unclear when the clock starts ticking. Finally, as it relates to this particular amendment, there's a significant difference between parties commenting on the scope of a general permit authority during its rulemaking development versus how that authority might be applied later by a permittee at an individual site. It's very likely that outside commentators, commenters may not even know where a general permit may be used, so how could they be expected to provide sufficiently detailed comments on the proposed activity to preserve their judicial review authority? This amendment makes an unworkable provision worse, effectively barring any judicial review of core permits, and for that reason I oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I support the gentleman's the gentleman's amendment. It's going to strengthen the underlying bill, and I yield such time as my friend from Louisiana may take of my time to further explain.
Thank you, Mr. Rouser. I appreciate the ranking member's concerns. I'm trying to make sure I understand. So there still is a process that just because there's a general permit doesn't mean that a person just comes in and says that I get to do this and I self-determine that I get to do it. I understand the gentleman's raising concerns about the base text of the bill and raising concerns about timelines and trying to understand when that clock ticks. But there still has to be an affirmative agency action that an activity is consistent with a general permit. So there is an agency action there that has to be taken, which seems to me would be a clear time on when a clock would start ticking. And so I'm not sure that I understand the gentleman's concerns. Let me say it again. What this amendment does, what the base text of the bill does, is it tries to stop the frivolous lawsuits from being filed years after a decision is made. What our amendment does is it tries to strengthen it by incentivizing or encouraging folks to participate in the public participation process that Congress established to proactively identify and remedy issues like this. And someone that's been involved in regulatory actions in NEPA for many, many years, I will tell you that I have benefited from the public participation process because we have had stakeholders that have identified issues that we had not thought of. And so what we're able to do is in our final action, take those comments and recognize that there was actually a lot of merit and insight to what some of these public comments have identified, and we're able to actually improve or perfect upon the project. So if we truly have the shared objective of improving upon, of mitigating adverse consequences, that it seems like we would want to incentivize people to participate in the public process rather than the delay process of allowing for frivolous lawsuits to be filed over and over again. Yield back to gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nope.
The ayes appear to have it.
Mr. Chair, we'll ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested to the amendment in the nature of a substitute as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Mr. Garamendi.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 165.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Rouser, I do intend to withdraw this amendment. I know we've discussed it a few moments ago that we might not withdraw, but given the differences of opinion about the wisdom of the amendment, I think it's best to withdraw and take it up later in a standalone bill. This amendment would modify the current 5-year NEPA's permitting and make it a 10-year permit. There's a whole host of reasons why this makes a lot of sense. First of all, by the time a 5-year permit is completed, it's time to renew it. In other words, you're constantly in the permitting process, and a 10-year would allow sufficient time for the permit to actually go through the process and be in effect for a useful period of time, which 5 years is not. So there's general support for it, although not universal support. So once again, I will withdraw the amendment. I will run it hopefully as a standalone later on this session, or perhaps in the next session of Congress. But it makes a whole lot of sense that these permits be 10 years so that they actually have enough time to be in effect, which they do not under a 5-year permit, at which you're constantly in the permitting process. So with that, Mr. Chairman, and the wisdom and utility of the amendment notwithstanding, I intend to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi.
Yield back.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I just want to quickly say that I understand the gentleman from California is going to be withdrawing, but I do support his amendment. I support the concept here, and it actually dovetails nicely with the amendment I did earlier on permits, because what he's trying to do is he's trying to provide better certainty. Now, his amendment is limited to a specific class of public works projects, whereas ours goes beyond there. But I think my friend from California has absolutely identified an issue with predictability or certainty. I understand he's going to withdraw, but I'd look forward to working with him in the committee to see if we can find a resolution here, because I do think he's right on in regard to the concerns he's raised. Yield to my friend from California.
Well, that's exactly what I'd hoped to hear, and we'll work on this in the future. But given where the underlying bill is and the situation that all of us are facing in the votes ahead, Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves. I can say Graves once and cover two of you. Thank you for working with me. Thank you.
Mr. Graves, you're recognized.
Yield back.
You got an amendment, don't you?
For the next, okay, have an amendment at the desk. I'm sorry.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 092, revision 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this one's pretty simple. All it does is it directs that the EPA and the Corps of Engineers actually issue guidance to the different regional offices and districts of the Corps of Engineers and the EPA in the aftermath of the recent Supreme Court decision, the Sackett decision, as it relates to Clean Water Act, the WOTUS rule. Specifically in Louisiana, as you know, we drain from Montana to New York to Canada, largest watershed in the North American continent, one of the largest watersheds in the world. We have very unique geography and geology, which means that virtually everything we do requires a 404 permit down there. And the lack of clarity from the New Orleans District Corps of Engineers, because they're not being given direction from headquarters and from the EPA, it creates extraordinary uncertainty. So look, I know that nobody's looking to me for policy advice, but I do want to commend to my friends across the aisle to your attention that this does not in any way bias or force them to issue direction in one way or another. It just says you must issue direction. You must issue guidance in terms of how to implement the Sackett decision, or how to implement the WOTUS rule in light of the Sackett decision. So I'd like to think that this one would get y'all really excited and y'all be on board. And I know that many of you have been looking for a birthday present for me, and this could be a good first step in that. So with that, I urge adoption amendment, yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Larson.
I don't want the gentleman from Louisiana to confuse my support for his amendment, either for excitement or for a happy birthday. However, we do support the amendment and encourage people to vote yes. I yield back.
You're getting more wise with age.
Does anyone else wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rouser.
I support the amendment as well. It's a good amendment and much needed.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for recognizing me. This is a very important amendment. The Sackett decision could not have been more clear in designating and limiting the jurisdictions of the Army Corps of Engineers and the EPA over jurisdictional wetlands per the Clean Water Act. One of the reasons for the importance of this public comment period is because there hasn't been one while the EPA and the Army Corps have been issuing incredibly vague and in many ways conflicting guidance as to what the Clean Water Act jurisdictions are now claimed to be by the Army Corps of Engineers. The EPA, the Supreme Court actually, quote, in the decision, the Sackett decision, draw attention to the fact that the EPA's, quote, the EPA's interpretation gives rise to serious vagueness concerns in light of the Clean Water Act's criminal penalties. So we not only have a vagueness issue, we have a continuing overreach on the part of the agencies, in my opinion, but we have criminal penalties at hand here under Clean Water Act enforcement, and none of us in the regulated public know what jurisdictions are claimed. The preamble of the new rule is completely in conflict with clear delineations from the Supreme Court. So I thank Congressman Graves for encouraging this public comment period, and I'm very happy to hear that both sides of the aisle here want to have these hearings. There's many important issues to flesh out here, and I hope we do this in this hearing room as well as with formal public comment periods in the near future. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, introduced by Mr. Graves. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Mr. Graves, recognized.
Amendment to desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 091.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to remain consistent with my policy guidance to my friends across the aisle, you should hate this one. But it's still a good amendment. Mr. Chairman, as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act, there are hundreds of billions of dollars of incentives and subsidies that have been provided to what is being called an energy transition. In some cases, these subsidies are 50 cents on the dollar, where effectively you could take or maybe I'm embellishing a little bit, but you could take a solar panel, put it in a cave, and make it work. We're not being strategic about where these investments are being made. These are taxpayer dollars. So instead of looking at how you achieve both environmental sustainability and a pathway, a glide path to economic sustainability, the IRA just subsidizes projects that don't make sense and aren't in America's interest. The underlying text of this bill attempts to streamline lateral projects, said another way, things like pipelines and electricity transmission. There have been analysis on the IRA that have found or that are predicting that cost estimates associated with the IRA are going to be hundreds of billions of dollars in excess of what the Congressional Budget Office estimated. Let me say it another way. When members of Congress voted to support the Inflation Reduction Act, they thought that it was going to cost, was it $342 billion, whatever the number was. Revised cost estimates are showing that it's going to cost in excess of $1 trillion. So what this amendment does is it says, yes, you do get streamlining for permits that apply to lateral projects, but whenever you get to the point that you have a project that is going to exceed the cost estimate of the Congressional Budget Office, then this streamlining no longer applies to your project. So it's designed to simply protect the integrity of the Congressional Budget Office estimate for how much cost estimates were. At the time, people were determining if they were going to vote yes or no, therefore preventing this extraordinary escalation of cost to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars beyond what members of Congress believed it was going to cost when they cast their vote. Urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't hate the amendment. I certainly don't support the amendment. But according to the CBO, the Inflation Reduction Act was estimated to reduce the deficit by $238 billion over a decade. Like the BIL and the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act is about creating jobs, advancing infrastructure investments, and accelerating the economy for our future. House Democrats are committed to improving the quality of life of all Americans by building the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. That's why many of us, not all of us, voted for all three of these laws. Representative Graves' amendment would exclude from the streamlined permitting requirements any linear infrastructure project that benefits from the financial incentives made available through any act that costs more than the CBO score for the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act didn't cost money, it saved money through reducing the deficit. Therefore, any financial incentive that costs federal money, be it through tax incentives, loan guarantees, or grants, would presumably cause a project to be excluded from the streamlined permitting requirements under this amendment. A financial incentive enacted in any bill that saves the federal government less than $238 billion could also exclude a project from streamlined permitting. I'm not sure that's what what Representative Graves is intending with the language, but at best the amendment needs perfecting. It's not ready for consideration at this markup. I oppose this amendment and yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one.
Mr. Chairman, I yield time to my friend, Mr. Graves.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Rouser. Mr. Chairman, I find my friend's argument fascinating in that we have heard over and over and over again that the Tax Cut and Jobs Act was an awful bill and cost all this money. Yet my friends are now alleging that a bill that costs money saves money whenever the Congressional Budget Office and the Tax Cut and Jobs Act just for 2022 alone, their estimate on how much revenues would be collected was off by $1 trillion. And let me be clear, $1 trillion in the Treasury's favor, meaning that the Treasury collected nearly $1 trillion in extra money compared to what the Congressional Budget Office had projected for that year as a result of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. So I'm not sure I understand the math of my friends, but as a result of discussions with both sides, I will, Mr. Chairman, offer unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment with the understanding that we will work together as this bill moves toward the floor. We will work together as the bill moves. I'm about to start singing to y'all.
Wait, yes.
Work with you as we move toward the floor to perfect this. I understand the concerns have been raised, but I want to be clear that the intent of this amendment, I think the amendment is written is sufficient, but I do want to be clear that the intent of the amendment, we absolutely plan to get included in this bill for the floor. And Mr. Chairman, I believe you indicated you would work with us, and Ranking Member Larson, I'd love it if you would work with us as well. I know that you would hate to have that bill cost more than you intended when you voted for it.
Absolutely.
And so with that understanding, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, I'll ask unanimous consent to withdraw and work with you all as we move forward.
I do appreciate the gentleman's
Mr. Chairman,
work
I
on
yield
these
back.
issues.
That's fine.
And with that, yes, absolutely, you have my commitment that we'll see if we can get this figured out and worked out. So with that, the amendment is withdrawn. So who's up next? Okay. All right. Yep. So as noted, there are recorded votes to the amendments requested. So again, pursuant to Rule 6F, further proceedings on this measure are postponed, and we will now move on to our next item for consideration. Next item up is H.R. 5089, the Reducing Regulatory Burdens Act. And with that, I would ask unanimous consent to discharge Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment from further consideration H.R. 5089. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'm pleased to support 5089, which is introduced by Chairman Rouser and fellow committee member Mr. LaMalfa. This legislation would eliminate redundant regulations for pesticide use by clarifying that pesticides already regulated under the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, also known as FIFRA, are not required to receive a separate duplicative permit under the Clean Water Act for point source discharges into navigable waters. This legislation simply restores the longstanding EPA interpretation of the Clean Water Act on pesticide application and has enjoyed bipartisan support when we considered it in previous Congresses. I'd encourage my colleagues to reduce the unnecessary and costly regulatory burdens on our farmers, on our states and local communities, and support H.R. 5089. With that, I would yield back and recognize Mr. Politano for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. That it would eliminate the modest Clean Water Act protections there are today, reducing the contamination of our rivers and streams by pesticides. From day one, EPA did a good job creating a pesticide general permit that balanced the public benefit of pesticide use with the desire to enhance protections of human health and the environment from errant or excessive pesticide application. The benefits of the pesticide general permit are clear. Federal agencies, such as the U.S. Geological Survey, are documenting reductions in pesticide overspray and the corresponding reduction in pesticide contamination of our nation's waterway. However, states such as my home state of California continue to report waterways contaminated by pesticides still in use today, meaning that the progress is being made. We should not lose focus of the bill. There's still work to do. My colleagues talk about duplication and the burden of pesticide applicators and farmers. However, it is very difficult to separate the rhetoric from the reality. In almost 13 years that the pesticide general permit has been in place, there has been little or no known adverse impact on pesticide applicators or agricultural interests. In the same time frame, there is no evidence that pesticide general permit has harmed human health through the outbreak of pesticide-borne illness, such as the West Nile or Zika viruses. In fact, the emergency exceptions in the permit specifically prevent this from happening. Yes, commercial applicators are required to monitor and document any acute adverse impacts of pesticide spraying. And yes, pesticide applicators are encouraged to adopt measures to reduce pesticide use, such as integrated pest management practices. However, as I noted earlier, any potential administrative burden of these requirements is significantly outweighed by the benefit of fewer contaminated water bodies. Why would we rationally remove the modest and workable protections contained in the pesticide general permit? Mr. Chairman, at a time when the Supreme Court misreading of the Clean Water Act has made the protections of waters with federal protections remain even more important, we must not take a giant step backwards to contaminate our waters and allowing additional contamination. We cannot and should not take away one of the only tools available to monitor adverse impacts of pesticides in rivers, streams, and reservoirs. Over the past 13 years, the tool has been reasonable and has been workable to pest operators and agricultural interests alike. It needs to be retained. I urge my colleagues of both sides to vote no on this bill. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rouser.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. I'm proud to support H.R. 5089. I think I just got Garrett Graves' voice here. The Reducing Regulatory Burdens Act, which I introduced alongside my friend and colleague, Mr. LaMalfa. This legislation is vital for regulatory efficiency and pesticide users nationwide. H.R. 5089 will eliminate a duplicative regulatory process at the EPA for the use of pesticides. In doing so, this bill will save taxpayer dollars, make efficient use of agency resources, and reduce regulatory strain on pesticide users. It is also very important to note this legislation attains all these goals while maintaining the same level of environmental protection. Now, for background, this legislation is necessary because of a series of court cases that have muddied the waters of regulatory certainty for those who utilize pesticides for commercial purposes. Despite decades of protecting clean water, extreme environmental activists were not satisfied and succeeded in growing the regulatory state, but with no greater environmental protection. And that's a very important point. The Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, or FIFRA as we call it, has successfully governed the safety and use of pesticides for years. In fact, FIFRA had been in statute a full 25 years previous to the enactment of the Clean Water Act. However, in 2009, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals erroneously ruled that pesticide applications require Clean Water Act Section 402 NIPD's permit. As a result, EPA was forced to spend time and money creating a duplicative environmental regulatory process. And in doing so, the court changed 60 years of common sense regulation by the EPA and imposed Clean Water Act permitting on the already regulated use of pesticides. It's important to understand that EPA is the federal agency charged with undertaking the regulatory sections of both FIFRA and the Clean Water Act. EPA's longstanding interpretation held that the application of a pesticide for its intended use did not require a NIPD's permit, as it was already in compliance with FIFRA regulations. And under FIFRA, EPA already ensures that the use of pesticides will not result in unreasonable adverse effects on the environment. Through this ill-advised, environmental activist-driven decision, the court undermined the traditional understanding and practice of the Clean Water Act interaction with other environmental statutes and expanded the scope of the Clean Water Act far beyond what Congress ever intended. So this legislation exempts discharges involving the application of a pesticide authorized for sale, distribution, or use under FIFRA, where the pesticide is used for its intended purpose under the NIPD's permitting process. This is important not only for agriculture production, but for states and cities nationwide that use these applications to control pests. Similar legislation to H.R. 5089 has been passed by this committee as well as by the Agriculture Committee and approved by the full House of Representatives multiple times. So this is not new legislation, but it has never been more important. The former Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee Chairman Bob Gibbs, the previous sponsor of this bill, warned a decade ago that this troubling development in pesticide permitting would embolden and invite even more litigation from radical environmentalists whose fundamental mission, by the way, is to ban the use of pesticides. Unsurprisingly, his prediction became reality. Following the 2021 reissuance of the NIPD's pesticide general permit, radical groups sued EPA and eventually entered into a settlement with EPA and the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. This settlement resulted in EPA once again rewriting the pesticide general permit, wasting time and tax dollars, and resulting in only in more regulatory uncertainty. So, Mr. Chairman, in summary, this is a common sense bill that resets the table to reduce burdensome and duplicative regulation without rolling back any environmental safeguards. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the? Mr. Duarte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to speak briefly in support of this amendment, of this act. The backlog, we deal with this on the Ag Committee quite a bit. The backlog of new compounds, new insecticides, herbicides, rodenticides that can be used in agriculture is composed mainly of what many of us would call softer chemicals. These are chemicals that will replace much harsher, older chemicals with chemistries that are more benign in the environment, more targeted on the disease or insect that they're sprayed on to kill or control, and would have a huge benefit in the environment. They'd benefit in terms of their application with more specific action and lower toxicity. They are more benign to produce. their precursor chemicals and their production technologies, their storage, their disposal, the containers, everything is much more benign in the environment, much more safer to use. So streamlining the permitting of new agricultural tools is a huge environmental win and a huge farm safety win. So I hope that we can look at this as a very important step forward to get new, softer, more sustainable, safer agricultural chemistries in use. There's also huge backlogs of biotechnology advances that require no chemical whatsoever that need to be streamlined. So I congratulate my colleagues in Malfa and Rouser for putting this act forward. And as a farmer, I stand with them on the importance of making these new tools available through rational and any way we can streamline the process of getting in the hands of farmers. Thank you. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Hang on just a second. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing no one, we are now considering the bill for amendments. What purpose is Ms. Napolitano?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to H.R. 5089, offered by Mrs. Napolitano of California, number 001.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Napolitano, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment will retain the modest and workable protections of the current Clean Water Act permit for water bodies that are already impaired by pesticide contamination. According to state data, 1,774 individual pesticide ingredients or residues are currently causing impairment to U.S. waters. EPA documents that the following states currently have waterways contaminated by pesticides: my home state of California, as well as states of Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New York, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, and Washington. EPA has also suggested that this may not be a complete picture of pesticide contamination because many of these states do not test for or monitor all the different pesticides that are currently being used. Mr. Chairman, I have spent a greater part of my career focusing on protection of water supplies, especially in arid and drought-prone regions of my country. My amendment would maintain the slow but steady progress to reduce pesticide contamination of our rivers, on our streams, and especially drinking water supplies of all our citizens. It prioritizes the protection of health, our most vulnerable constituents, especially the young, the elderly, the poor and disenfranchised people who have no other representation. As I noted before, California continues to identify water bodies and reservoirs contaminated by pesticides. This is a significant concern in my home state, that where every drop of water has to be cleaned, needs to be conserved, reused, and cherished. H.R. 5089 will reverse the process in reducing pesticide contamination to our water bodies without considering impacts on the waters that are already impaired with pesticides as they are in California. Bill will increase the cost to our water agencies and our ratepayers, requiring the expenditures of hundreds of millions of dollars to filter the pollutants out of water before it is potable. This is something I deal with on an ongoing basis as a ranking member of the Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment. We currently have aquifers that are contaminated by continued use of pesticides. Millions of dollars have been spent on 20-plus year-long cleanup effort of a Superfund site in my area that has pesticides as one of its contaminants. My common sense amendment will retain the current tools to protect our rivers, streams, and reservoirs that are already contaminated by pesticides. I urge all of my colleagues to support my amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Napolitano. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment, which I do oppose this amendment. I think it's superfluous from a process point of view. FIFRA process already considers whether a water body is impaired or not in calculating rates and concentrations and dilutions. The underlying legislation does not change this practice. So with that, I would yield back. Are there any further speakers on this amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the nays have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Ms. Sykes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
please designate.
An amendment to H.R. 5089, offered by Mrs. Sykes of Ohio, number 055, Revision 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Sykes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for jumping the gun a bit. I wanted to take some time to recognize a constituent that was here, but he had to step out. I wanted to alert the committee to the presence of our Stark County prosecuting attorney, Kyle Stone, who is here in Washington, D.C. for the National District Attorney Association's Prosecutor Advocacy Day. And in the spirit of bipartisanship with my prosecutor from the other side of the aisle, I offer this amendment hoping to get full consideration from all of my colleagues here. Thank you, Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson, for holding this committee, this markup today, and allowing me to offer an amendment to H.R. 5089 to protect our drinking water and prevent increased water rates. This amendment will reinstate the requirement for a permit if it could impact waters that a state may use for drinking water, or it could increase water costs because of additional water treatment needs. Water is an essential resource, and people in Ohio's 13th Congressional District and across the country depend on access to clean water for their lives and livelihood. This amendment will protect our drinking water from dangerous pesticides while also preventing working people and families from having to foot the bill for corporate pollution and discharges. At a time where costs are high, we as members of Congress should not be putting the burden on our constituents to pay for bad actors, and this amendment saves money and keeps costs low. I will always continue advocating for sensible permitting reform and allowing businesses to grow and consider the health and needs of the safety of our committees, and this aptly named Reducing Regulatory Burden Act is appropriate. But water affordability is top of mind for the constituents in my district, and while I do want to ensure that the regulations are not so burdensome that we cannot produce and grow, my top priority is making sure that we are lowering costs for people in Ohio's 13th Congressional District and across the country. And so, Mr. Chair, I ask support from all of the members of this committee to consider this amendment, specifically for folks in Ohio's 13th District, where the largest sewer and water district announced water increase rates just this year, adding an additional burden. If I can advocate for my constituents as well as many others to reduce the costs, especially in the event that there are pollutants in water, I would have done the job that my constituents have sent me to do. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment, and I apologize you weren't able to introduce your constituent. Next time, just let me know, and we can make sure that gets taken care of. Unfortunately, I have to oppose this amendment. I do think it would open the door to more lawsuits and uncertainty in the clean water permitting process. I do share the concern of keeping costs for ratepayers low for wastewater treatment, and I think H.R. 5089 can help lower rates by eliminating duplicative regulatory process that unnecessarily ties up resources, and I do believe that this amendment prevents that progress. So with that, I would yield back and ask if there are any other, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise to support this amendment offered by Representative Sykes, recognizing her advocacy for not only her constituents, but for others to ensure this legislation does not have an impact on ratepayers for utilities. Water affordability is important. It keeps costs down, and we do not need to be passing legislation that's going to increase water rates for local ratepayers. With that, I support this amendment.
Are there any other speakers on the amendment? I'm seeing none. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the nays have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for the ayes and nays.
The gentlelady has requested a recorded vote on the amendment as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. As noted, there are recorded votes to the amendments requested, and I do not believe there are any more amendments. So again, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the measure are postponed, and we'll now move on to the next item for consideration. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 6248, the Think Differently Transportation Act. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials from further consideration of H.R. 6248. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'd recognize myself for 5 minutes. First, I want to thank my colleague, Representative Molinaro, for his work on this legislation and for his longtime leadership in advocating for people with disabilities. H.R. 6248 is an effective bipartisan legislation, a piece of legislation that is intended to ensure and improve Amtrak access for all. Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act requires public entities and public transportation providers to ensure that their facilities and services provide adequate access and service availability to individuals with disabilities. Unfortunately, as recently as December 2020, Amtrak has been found in violation of Title II and has entered into a settlement agreement with the United States Department of Justice to ensure compliance with ADA requirements. The settlement agreement specifically includes improvements to existing Amtrak trains and stations and other compliance activities necessary to ensure people with disabilities are not unduly restricted or inconvenienced. H.R. 6248 is going to help ensure Amtrak's progress to full Title II compliance by requiring Amtrak to develop an action plan and report on its progress to address its failures to comply with the ADA. Once again, I do appreciate my colleagues' work on this legislation and urge its adoption. I now recognize Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to support the Think Differently Transportation Act, a bipartisan bill that Representatives Molinaro and Payne Jr. and others on this committee have co-sponsored that will advance accessibility for Amtrak services. Amtrak received $22 billion in the bipartisan infrastructure law to buy new equipment, invest in station accessibility, and make improvements in the backlog of capital projects and operating needs. Congress set these specific allowances for how Amtrak could use its BIL funds. With regard to station accessibility, the BIL stated that Amtrak funds are to be used to make all stations that Amtrak serves accessible. This bill would require Amtrak to annually report to us on accessibility status, improvements, and plans at the more than 500 stations it serves, not just the ones where it has a responsibility under the Americans with Disabilities Act, but for all stations Amtrak serves. We're investing in new equipment and new stations. We need assurances that these investments will be made to include services for people with disabilities as required by the ADA. This bill helps do that, and I encourage its adoption. I yield back.
Mr. Nails.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of H.R. 6248, the Think Differently Transportation Act, introduced by my colleague from New York, Mr. Molinaro. The bill is a step towards Amtrak finally and fully complying with the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. The ADA became law over 30 years ago, yet Amtrak has failed to upgrade all of its trains and stations it serves to ensure they are accessible for persons with disabilities. To make matters worse, Amtrak failed to fulfill these responsibilities despite receiving billions of dollars in federal funding over the last several decades that could have gone towards ADA compliance. The bill requires Amtrak to annually report to Congress and the President on compliance with the ADA, including providing an action plan for achieving compliance pursuant to a December 2020 settlement agreement with the Department of Justice arising from Amtrak's continued failure to meet the ADA standards. Amtrak must always provide timelines for ADA compliance regardless of whether Amtrak or another entity is the responsible party, thus guaranteeing no Amtrak train or station is inaccessible to Americans with disabilities. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back my time, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the gentleman from New York for introducing this important bill that we will ensure Congress stays informed as Amtrak works to make all of their stations compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. The ADA was passed over 30 years ago and took a meaningful step in ensuring equal accessibility for those with disabilities. We see this today both physically and virtually, from ramps, elevators, and braille signage to accessible websites using speech to text, high contrast, and other tools so we can have a more inclusive society. The law also gave Amtrak 20 years to ensure that Amtrak stations and trains were all accessible. Unfortunately, it's taken Amtrak far too long to bring its stations into full compliance. In 2020, Amtrak and the Department of Justice entered into a settlement agreement to bring all stations they served into ADA compliance. The bipartisan infrastructure law provided the funding to ensure that Amtrak served stations are fully compliant with ADA. Last June, at a rail subcommittee hearing with Amtrak CEO Stephen Gardner, this issue was brought up, and Mr. Gardner reiterated Amtrak's agreement with the Department of Justice would ensure all 380 stations where Amtrak has sole or partial ADA responsibility will be compliant by 2028. This bill would require Amtrak to show its progress in making train travel more accessible by annually reporting to Congress the progress it has made towards ADA compliance for all of the stations Amtrak serves, regardless of who is responsible for ADA compliance. This could include platforms, parking, pathways to platforms, and facilities. Finally, the bill would ensure a culture of accessibility is ingrained in Amtrak's culture by requiring Amtrak to collect information on stations and part of stations owned by other parties and the status of ADA compliance for each. The bipartisan infrastructure law, which moved through this committee last Congress, made major investments in making our transportation system more accessible. We have given them the resources and the tools to comply. Let's make sure we get it right. I urge my colleagues on this committee to support this common sense bipartisan piece of legislation that makes people with ADA issues accessible to our transportation system. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Mr. Molinaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and Ranking Member Larson for working with us and your support of the legislation. I'm proud to speak in favor of our bipartisan Think Differently Transportation Act. This bill seeks to push Amtrak to ensure Americans with intellectual, developmental, and physical disabilities are finally given the necessary accommodations in Amtrak trains and on stations and platforms as required by the Americans with Disabilities Act. The Americans with Disability Act was passed in 1990 and established a 20-year time frame for intercity rail stations to be accessible to those with disabilities, universal accessibility. As of July 2023, 33 years later, Amtrak has brought only 30% of the 385 stations it's responsible for into ADA compliance. Let's be candid. ADA compliance is the minimum standard expected to provide universal access to everyone of every ability. Amtrak was appropriated $275 million for accessibility upgrades from 2017 to 2021 and continues to receive near this amount through 2025. You all know we appropriated an additional $1.74 billion in IJA assistance meant to assist Amtrak in meeting these needs. There is simply no reason Amtrak should not have already made all of their stations and trains ADA compliant. This bipartisan bill will ensure the public knows the progress of Amtrak and that Amtrak is finally getting to comply with full ADA accessibility. And further, this bill seeks to incentivize them to work faster and make this a top priority in doing so. The bill has 15 co-sponsors with strong bipartisan support. I'd like to thank my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, not only for working on this piece of legislation, but also for the amendment he will present subsequent to this. I support that amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I just would say that ADA compliance is a minimum expectation. This isn't merely about making it convenient for individuals with disabilities to access public and mass transportation. It is a legal requirement that Amtrak meets this need, and it is a commitment that we make to all Americans that they should be able to pursue their fullest life. And breaking down these barriers create real opportunities for real Americans. And with that, I urge my colleagues' support, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing none, we're now considering the bill for amendments. Mr. Payne, I think you have an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment to H.R. 6248, offered by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, number 065.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Payne, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment makes technical corrections and clarifications to ensure Amtrak has a firm understanding of what we are requiring through this bill. Most notably, it clarifies what is expected from Amtrak when reporting on the ADA compliance of stations infrastructure, even when Amtrak is not the party that is responsible for ADA compliance. Currently, Amtrak sends letters to whom they believe to be the owners of the stations and part of the stations in an effort to learn the ADA compliance of each part of the station. Sometimes those other parties may not respond. This amendment will raise the bar in an effort to bring better accessibility throughout the full Amtrak network. I'm glad that we were able to work with the majority to make these changes. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And I'd just like to once again say to the gentleman from New York that you are absolutely correct. This is the lowest point. Oh, he's not there. It's the lowest point that we can comply with. This is not a situation where people have the opportunity, if it is not compliant, to access the travel modes in this country. So it is imperative, it is life-saving that these stations be ADA compliant. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment, which I do support this amendment. I do think it makes some minor changes that don't affect the policy itself, but it does help condense and clarify the bill's purpose. With that, I would yield back. Are there any other speakers on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Payne. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Amendment is agreed to. All right, we will now proceed to final passage of the legislation. The question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 6248 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. H.R. 6248, as amended, is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the House. Our final item for consideration is H.R. 7070, the Wildlife Response Improvement Act. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management for further consideration of H.R. 7070, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for statement. So the bill directs the administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to conduct a review of and an update the criteria for evaluating the cost effectiveness of projects intended to mitigate the impacts of wildfires. The bill also amends FEMA's Public Assistance Program and Policy Guide to include guidance on wildlife-specific recovery challenges, including debris removal, emergency protective measures, and resulting toxicity of drinking water resources. The bill is intended to ensure that wildfire mitigation measures are appropriately considered to save lives and reduce the future cost of disasters. I'd yield back, and I'd now recognize Mr. Larson for his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Support this legislation. It's sponsored by Representative Stanton and LaMalfa. H.R. 7070 directs FEMA to update regulations and guidance to better respond to the unique challenges of wildfires and improve access to wildfire mitigation funds. Wildfires are causing an unprecedented amount of damage to the natural and built environment. In the state of Washington, a total of 1,515 fires burned over 145,000 acres in 2023 as an example. Like most Western states, wildfire is a natural occurrence in Washington, but the frequency and severity of these events are unquestionably increasing over time. This has created a real threat to Washington communities that undermines public safety. Washington is not alone. States around the nation find themselves battling unprecedented blazes in recent years. However, FEMA's programs have not kept pace with this emerging threat. Agency programs created to respond to hurricanes and floods on the East Coast still do not adequately address the unique needs of communities before and after a wildfire. So when FEMA falls short, undue burden is placed on state and local governments that cannot keep pace with the increasing threat and impacts of wildfires. This legislation continues this committee's work to ensure FEMA's programs work fairly to address all hazards so communities impacted by wildfire have equal access to federal aid. I support the adoption of H.R. 7070 and urge colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our ranking member Larson, and I'm pleased to work with Representative Stanton from Arizona on this legislation as well. Indeed, to update FEMA's policies for wildfire response, recovery, and mitigation. In 2021, the Dixie Fire burned through 1 million acres in my district in Northern California, destroying towns like Greenville and Canyon Dam, and much of the vegetation and wildlife in the area.
15 minutes.
But after the fire had passed, the rain came, as it does. Without healthy roots to hold a hillside in place, the rain caused dozens of mudslides all through the Dixie Fire burn scar, including Highway 70, a major thoroughfare in that region, closing the highway for many weeks at a time on several occasions. In rural and remote Plumas County, some areas are really only accessible by one main road that runs through town or an area. A mudslide blocking it can mean many hours of travel to get around, to get through the mountains. These mudslides are indeed caused by the damage from the wildfire. Because they happen outside the incident period that FEMA uses to determine the duration of a disaster, roughly starting when the wildfire begins and ending when the last flames are extinguished. These mudslides require their own separate disaster declaration to be covered under federal assistance. In other post-fire situations, we've had whole hillsides come down on levees and into reservoirs. The debris causes significant damage and completely block dams and hydroelectric operations in some of these situations. This bill would simply ask FEMA to improve the way it handles wildfires to make sure it understands the full range of disaster response that they require. Between mitigation, response, and recovery, it must be made clear that our wildfire emergency policies must start before the spark, continue after the flames are put out. I do want to say thank you to FEMA for their responsiveness in the several disastrous fires that we've had in Northern California, and wish to, via this legislation, help modify and have it work better for everybody, as we said a little bit before and after the fire, so that it's a full scope in its response. So I appreciate it, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Stanton?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Congressman LaMalfa for being my partner on this important bill. Wildfires throughout the West are becoming more frequent, more intense, more destructive, and more deadly. From 2012 to 2021, there were an average of 61,289 wildfires, with an average of 7.4 million acres impacted, with an average of 8,000 structures burned. Like other Western states, Arizona is no stranger to wildfires. In 2020 and 2021, wildfires burned more than 1.5 million acres. Unfortunately, FEMA's program do not effectively account for the unique impacts of wildfire, and as a result, communities across Arizona are at a disadvantage in preparing and responding to wildfires, including post-wildfire flooding, which is increasingly impacting them both financially and socially. For example, according to research from the Ecological Restoration Institute, only 10% of the full costs associated with the 2010 Schultz fire near Flagstaff, Arizona, were spent on fire suppression, while the other 90% was spent on long-term costs associated with post-fire impacts such as flooding. The Wildfire Response Improvement Act directs FEMA to update its policies and guidance for wildfire disasters to better respond to their unique challenges and level the playing field for our communities by ensuring FEMA provides the same quality of pre- and post-disaster assistance for wildfires as it does for other common disasters like hurricanes and floods. Currently, emergency protective measures under the Fire Management Assistance Grants are not eligible expenses unless they occur during the fire suppression period. As a result, efforts by local and state governments to protect property from mudslides and flooding in or near post-fire burn scars are not eligible for federal assistance, yet these same emergency protective measures are eligible under the Public Assistance Program. This inequity places an undue burden on state and local governments responding to the threat and impacts of wildfires. This bill will require FEMA to update its regulations and make sure communities can be reimbursed for these emergency measures to ensure public safety and prevent additional damage. Additionally, it requires FEMA to update its Public Assistance Program and Policy Guide to include guidance on wildfire-specific challenges, including debris removal, emergency protective measures, and impacts to drinking water resources. Current guidance disproportionately favors other hazard events, floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes, while overlooking the unique aspects of wildfires. Finally, the bill directs FEMA to modify and update its benefit cost analysis for wildfire mitigation projects under the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities and Hazard Mitigation Grant programs to help eliminate the barriers communities often face when attempting to access these funds. These common sense measures will ensure FEMA's programs are workable and can effectively address the evolving wildfire threats that only continue to grow. And I'm pleased the bill has the support of the United States Chamber of Commerce, National Association of Counties, National League of Cities, Big City Emergency Managers, Build Strong America, National Emergency Management Association, International Association of Emergency Managers, International Association of Fire Chiefs, among many, many others. And again, I want to thank Congressman LaMalfa for his partnership and his staff, John Veal and Lauren Gross with the Economic Development Subcommittee, for their many months of hard work with my staff on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves? Oh. Mr. Graves?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Nope.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to speak in favor of this amendment. In the 2020 fires, we lost 1 million acres that was burned in the state of Oregon, and every year since then, we have lost more and more of our forest land and put people's lives in danger. I think we need to update the FEMA process. I also This is why I've also co-sponsored Representative Graves and Representative Moskowitz's bill to make FEMA a cabinet-level office again, because these disasters with the changing climate are not a once-in-a-while occurrence, but happening all throughout the year. So this is a really good bill, and I hope it can be unanimous. Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
Thanks, Val. We're now considering the bill. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing no one. We're now considering the bill for amendments. Mr. Graves. Please add his name.
An amendment to H.R. 7070, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 093.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Graves, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's no secret that Louisiana is one of the most disaster-practiced states in the country, and that we're often hit by hurricanes, floods, and other challenges, other natural disasters. My good friend Congressman Carter and I, unfortunately, have the experience of dealing with thousands and thousands of constituents in the aftermath of these disasters. And of course, when I say unfortunately, I just mean that these folks are dealing with extraordinary harm. In many cases, homes destroyed, family members in some cases lost, and destruction of property. There are a number of programs that are out there for assistance, and obviously you have USDA food assistance, you have FEMA comes in and offers immediate assistance, and oftentimes there's a program, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery. Unfortunately, what we found is through all of these different programs, oftentimes the constituents that we represent will be blocked out of certain programs, and I'll give you a perfect example. In the aftermath of the disaster, the SBA, the Small Business Administration, has the authority to offer loans to disaster victims. Even, and I know it's a small business authority, but for individuals. So if my home is flooded and destroyed, I can get a loan from the Small Business Administration. But what happens, and that is an automatic thing that happens in the aftermath of a disaster. What will often happen is that Congress will come in months or years later, and they will offer disaster recovery assistance, which is a grant program. Through some crazy interpretation, if someone got a loan, they have been boxed out from getting a grant because someone said, oh, that's duplication of benefits. Mr. Chairman, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, no need to affirm, but I understand the difference between a grant and a loan. I understand the difference between the two, and if I had the choice between a grant and a loan, I'm gonna choose a grant. Here's the scenario that doesn't make sense, and I'm just gonna make this very, very simple. Let's say that there's a disaster and Congressman Carter and I are next door neighbors. We have the same exact value of our homes. We make the same amount of money. And here's the scenario. Congressman Carter wants to be proactive. He wants to get his family back in his house. He wants to get his community restored as quickly as he can. He looks around. He says, the only thing that's available is this loan from the SBA. So he goes out and gets a loan. He rebuilds his home. He gets his family back in his house. And he's now part of his community again, part of the economic recovery. FEMA provides me a hotel room. And I'm sitting here kicking back in a FEMA-supplied hotel room. I get free breakfast every morning. Somebody comes to change my towels and sheets. And I just stay there. I stay there for months and months and months under a FEMA-supplied, otherwise taxpayer-supplied hotel room. Then grants are offered later on. I'm like, oh, I'm going to apply for a grant. Because Congressman Carter was proactive, he is boxed out. He is prevented from being able to get a grant because he got a loan. And I, who am already on the hook for tens of thousands of dollars in taxpayer funds to my hotel room, I can get a grant too, costing taxpayers even more. This doesn't make sense, and thankfully, this Congress stepped in 2018 and fixed this on a bipartisan basis. However, that fix is now expired. So what Congressman Carter and I have done is we've introduced legislation that fixes this. And not only did we introduce legislation that fixes it, is that we also have perfected it based upon some other challenges with interpretation, which I want to be clear, Trump administration did this. They interpreted this thing in a completely flawed manner that was directly contrary to congressional intent. And again, through the language that Congressman Carter and I perfected in a standalone bill as well as in this amendment, we have fixed that as well. So Mr. Chairman, I want to thank my friend Congressman Carter for working with us on this. We represent some of the same areas in the state, some of the same victims of this ridiculousness. And I want to ask the committee, please support this amendment, and let's get this fixed long-term for everyone. That way we don't have these problems next time your community is faced with a disaster. Urge adoption amendment, yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Oh, pardon me.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, too, I associate myself with the comments of my friend and colleague from Louisiana, Congressmember Graves. We know that storms come and go. We know they come stronger, they stay longer, they last, and they leave more havoc in their path. We also know that people are left to depend on resources of the federal government to rebuild their homes, to rebuild their families, to rebuild their businesses. Yet when opportunities come, people should not be penalized because they took the effort that was available at the time and took out a loan and later found out that there was a grant that was available. We should not add insult to injury for people who are trying to rebuild. We know these natural disasters come much more often. They stay much longer. And the people of Louisiana, as my friend Congressman Graves says, we've gotten way too much experience in an area that we'd rather not have so much experience. An area where we have to learn to reboot, rebuild, and stand up after horrific disasters. And the federal government should be a helper, should be there to help individuals rebuild, to make it easier, to make it more accessible, and to give them every opportunity to rebuild their lives. Yet because of some of these backwards policies, we made it difficult for people to access resources. Well, through this effort, we will memorialize and create the opportunity where people will have access to any and all opportunities for resources to rebuild and will not be penalized because an opportunity came later that wasn't available at the time that they took out a loan. I want to thank my colleague, Garrett Graves, for working in a bipartisan manner to recognize that all the people of Louisiana and other parts of the world certainly will benefit from this amendment. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support and adopt this very timely and well thought out amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Rouser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to talk long other than to say that this is a great amendment. It's much needed. And you want to talk about why American people have lost faith in their government. It's stupidity like this. And my friend Garrett Graves has been working on this issue for a long time. I've tried to support him every which way I can. And it would be nice to finally get this over the finish line. So I strongly encourage adoption. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Graves. It makes good sense. Victims of disaster, wildfires in my area, have dealt with a lot of issues on whether, in one case, the utility paying off awards for the damage caused being subject to taxation. We're going to take care of that in legislation today on the floor. Hopefully it passes. As well as being caught in the vice between, as we're discussing, grants or loans or duplicative effort as seen by some people having to decide is their eligibility going to endanger their ability to receive one or the other or cast them into a different tax bracket, et cetera, et cetera. These people are not making a profit on this. Many times they're still going to absorb a loss on where their life was before disaster and after, even with different sources of funding that may come in from a grant or disaster assistance, what have you. So it's a very sensible amendment and thought towards the overall bill we're working on here. I think You will not see abuse because of this, but you'll actually see people made more whole than they would normally otherwise after a disaster they did not self-cause. So I appreciate it. Now you'll back.
Does anyone else wish to be, Mr. Larson?
Yeah, thanks. So, thanks, Chair. I support the intent of this amendment, and that going through this a little bit more. The biggest concern is less about policy and more about the possibility, strong probability that financial services, because of this amendment, will want to get their hands on this bill, which is something we can try to resolve later, which is fine. It's just going to cause problems getting this bill to the floor if that is in fact the case. So it's just it's a process issue. Just just being forewarned is better than not being forewarned on that. With that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to. All right. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment to H.R. 7070, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 166.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, on the underlying amendment, yes, it's very good. I'm certainly supportive of the effort that has been put forward in 770 as amended. My amendment really clarifies a part of the Stafford Act to ensure uniformity in FEMA's appeals process. A few years ago, there was a serious fire in the El Dorado. Hang on a second here. Yes. I guess I better get the right amendment before me. So please excuse me for a moment. Yes, now that I have the right page.
It's Garamendi 166.
Yeah.
You got the right one?
Very good, thank you. Pays to pay attention. I was so taken by the discussion by Mr. Graves when he said that there's a disaster and find out that he wasn't referring to his own representation here. This amendment inserts the text of the Wildfire Recovery Act and amendments introduced by Mr. Neguse over a year ago as wildfires raged his part of Colorado. The amendment, so I'm presenting this on behalf of Mr. Neguse. This amendment simply sets forth the issue of the 75% federal share for fire management assistance grants. Presently, that is the maximum. There are many instances in which that 75% ought to be the minimum, and allowing FEMA to provide more than 75%, depending upon the unique circumstances that exist in that particular area. I know that, for example, Mr. Lamoffa and I, he continues, and I once represented an area that in no way could the local community come up with the 25% required match in the present circumstances. So this amendment that has been proposed by Mr. Neguse would allow, under those unique circumstances, FEMA to provide more than 75%. There are communities that simply have no ability to provide any support at all, yet could certainly benefit from the FEMA providing assistance greater than 75%, perhaps as much as 100%, because there's simply no way that that local community or county could come up with any amount of money, and certainly not the 25%. And so this amendment, which is, again, Mr. Negus's amendment, and also Senator Padilla from the state of California, would provide the opportunity for these rural communities to receive the benefit from FEMA. However, I understand that we have a scoring problem here. That being the case, given the current rules under which we operate, which I think are wrong, but nonetheless are the current rules, this amendment would score and would not be allowed to be in the bill, as I understand it. Unless somebody has a different opinion on this, I would be forced to withdraw the amendment, even though it certainly would benefit a large part of my former district, and certainly other members of this committee who have rural areas that could not possibly come up with the 25% requirement. So unless somebody wants to help me along the way, I'm going to have to withdraw this amendment because of the scoring provision. Well, I don't see the help forthcoming. Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate the goodwill and the effort by Mr. Garamendi on this, and Mr. Negus, who we worked on other items as well. I think the toughest part about this, yes, the fiscal, but also timing, as we have an opportunity to first let settle what other FEMA reforms that we have coming in place, as well as an opportunity to work with the FEMA administrator in this committee soon. And so, I'm in a quandary on this because it's the numbers we're talking about have affected Northern California as well. And I think 75% as a basement instead of a maximum certainly has a lot of merit as a conversation. Where it goes up from there, that's for a longer discussion, I believe. So I'm not wild about temporary opposing what you're talking about here, but indeed a longer discussion would be, it's a tough deal, John. And so, but I do believe this merits further conversation, and I would hate to see the whole thing again be taken down because of fiscal issues. So I'll yield Mr. Garamendi a moment here.
Thank you, Mr. LaMalfa. There are large parts of America that simply do not have the financial capability to match a federal FEMA grant. They simply don't have a tax base, they don't have the income, they're small communities, and we're going to need to deal with this because these wildfires do affect not only those communities, but the surrounding area. So we need to work on this. This is not the appropriate time to find the solution to this. There will be other opportunities this year as we move through the calendar and the work of this committee. And I would ask the chairman and ranking member to make this one of their, if not their highest priority, at least put it on the list of to-dos that we ought to pay attention to. And with that, I will complete. I think I've already withdrawn. Thank you I yield back, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi, reclaiming my time. It certainly, let's work on this as yourself, Mr. Negus, my office, others that are all interested in this on coming to a real conversation, real resolution on this, because it does have merit. It just the timing issue. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
The amendment is withdrawn. Let's see here. Are there further amendments? For what purpose does Mr. Garamendi seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to H.R. 7070, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 168.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
I guess I could ask all the committee members to recall what I said correctly previously when I had the other amendment, but I'll repeat it now that I have 5 minutes, but I won't take all the 5 minutes. There was a major fire in El Dorado County in the Sierra Nevada mountains east of Sacramento called the Caldor Fire. One of the opportunities that those who lost their homes had was to appeal. They had 60 days to appeal if their request for assistance was denied. However, one of the communities that was literally wiped out, while the individuals could appeal, the community could not appeal. They had 30 days to appeal, and they could not get their act together. They were dealing with the fire, which was still raging, and they didn't have the time, 30 days. So a community had 30 days, an individual had 60 days, and the county and others wondered, why the inconsistency? Good question. There is no logical reason why the community had 30 days and the individuals had 60 days. So this amendment would simply say that for a community that needed and wanted to appeal a FEMA decision would have 60 days within to make that appeal. I recognize that this is a new issue for the committee, and the committee had not had time to really delve into this sufficiently. I intend to reintroduce this amendment as a complete bill in my FEMA Disaster Preparedness Improvement Act in the next days. And therefore, I'm taking this opportunity to alert the committee members who are here and are listening that there's this inconsistency in this small way and that we ought to deal with it in a different forum. So I will withdraw this amendment after any other member may want to speak to it. If no other people want to speak to it, then we'll take the, so I will yield back.
The gentleman withdraws the amendment. Are there further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to H.R. 7070, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 403, revision 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment establishes what some people would call common sense. I know that's a buzzword we use around here to try and act like everybody's going to come on board if we say common sense, but I do think it's reasonable. Any measure of accountability for federal wildlife management funds prohibiting assistance under this section to a state that has failed, and at this point willfully failed to adhere to a wildfire prevention program that includes prevention, suppression, and recovery planning measures. That very same language used over and over again. Prevention, suppression, and recovery planning measure. Now in 2020, California and the USDA reached a non-binding agreement with the goal of each to treat 500,000 acres per year. As my colleagues likely on this committee know, that includes controlled burns and getting rid of the fuel, the dead trees and the debris, especially around the power lines and the places where fires generally occur, especially in California. In 2022, according to The Guardian, California claimed that it exceeded its goal of 100,000 acres treated. Having treated 104,000 acres, they claimed victory. Somewhere right in about here, they claimed victory. They didn't tell anybody that they missed their goal, which was actually
500,000. So they got 100,000 and claimed victory. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's a straight up line, but you call it what you want to. According to CAL FIRE, the highest leverage level of acreage treated is 120,000 acres in FY 20 and 21, and the acreage treated is trending downward to 97,000 in 22 and 23. So you can see, I think they were kind of given notice by the administration, hey, unless you kind of do something here, we're going to restrict the funding. So they said, well, we better get after this. The new administration comes in, and we're done doing that stuff. Federal government's going to pay for all this, as usual. It's not a misguided attempt. It's a blatant attempt by the governor, Governor Newsom, that is, to pass failure of success off as success. And it's certainly not fooling me, and I suspect it's not fooling anybody on this committee. The risk of catastrophic fire, particularly in California, is higher than ever. Unfortunately, this current bill puts federal taxpayers on the hook to address decades, literally decades of failure and mismanagement by the California government, and particularly the executive branch in California. This amendment would ensure that they at least must adhere to a wildfire management program to receive federal subsidies. And I'm not even prescribing the plan. They can come up with their own plan, have any plan at all. Have a plan and adhere to it, and here we go. But don't lie to us, and don't lie to your constituents acting like you have a plan that you don't meet, but then you still require people from every district in the country to pay for your problem. Ladies and gentlemen, every dollar that we send here is not going to Louisiana for hurricanes, is not going to Pennsylvania for floods, is not going to East Palestine, Ohio for anything. Not going anywhere, it's going here. And they're letting the stuff lay there and burn up and demand that you pay for it. And not only that you pay for it, that you pay more for it. My goodness. I do think it is a common sense measure to just ask them to have a plan and adhere to it. And if they're not going to adhere to it, at least be honest about it. Because I'm sure we're going to give them the money anyhow, as long as they got a plan. But there is no plan. And the plan that they had, they lied about after they didn't adhere to it. And then they come walking back in here saying, well, we need more. Well, God bless you. I guess if you don't have a plan for success, you're going to fail. I imagine that's about right. I know my good friend from California is down there shaking his head, but I don't think he can refute any of this. This comes from CAL FIRE. I got a cousin who's in CAL FIRE. I'm a fan. I just think we ought to be doing the right thing here. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose the amendment. The amendment conditions FEMA wildfire response and mitigation assistance on a state's incorporation of active forest management. Now, FEMA's Fire Management Assistance Grants, or the FMAG, program provides assistance to states for wildfire suppression. This assistance is proven to protect property, save lives, and prevent the need for major disaster declarations. Conditioning such assistance undermines public safety and risks the unnecessary destruction of roads, schools, hospitals, and homes. I support the projects that mitigate the risk of wildfire. In fact, the bill in question would make it easier for wildfire mitigation projects, such as clearing defensible space and practicing vegetation management, to qualify for FEMA funding. But conditioning life-saving assistance upon the undefined management practice in this amendment is a bad idea. States that have used the FMAG program to suppress dangerous wildfires include Washington, Florida, Kentucky, Texas, Louisiana, North Carolina, California, Tennessee, South Dakota, New Jersey, Kansas, Utah, Oregon, Georgia, Mississippi, Nevada, New Hampshire, and Alaska. If this amendment passes, it could ban federal wildfire suppression assistance in states that rely on FEMA in their hour of need to protect constituents. So I'd strongly oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. That I yield back.
Any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, another quandary for me here, because what Mr. Perry talks about indeed is broken promises or just flat-out lies by some of our leadership in California on setting targets and keeping them on forest management. That also applies to U.S. Forest Service in California and across the country, who are amazingly slow at treating the acres that need to be treated. Forest Service has under its purview about 193 million acres, and their big ambitious plan announced a couple years ago was to treat 20 million of it over 10 years, which is 2 million per year, which is 1% per year, which means it'll take 100 years to cover the land if they do it even aggressively. So the problem with this is that all of California is not LA, San Francisco, or Sacramento. The area where this happens is the rural districts like mine. And so we are totally into fixing this problem, and we have Sacramento and portions of Washington, D.C. that do not allow us to do the aggressive work, and it needs to be, yeah, there's that scary word, aggressive, on the amount of forest treatment needs to be done. And it can't all be done by government. There's not enough money in the U.S. Treasury to do the amount. The private sector has to be helping in it too. And yes, logging, let's all, and then next question will be clear cutting. No, it isn't that. It's wise treatment of these lands, thinning, harvest, all the above. It needs to be accelerated vastly. But we can't penalize the innocent folks that live in rural California, like my district and a couple of adjacent ones, with having them not be, having it not be eligible from the bad policies coming out of Sacramento that affect the whole state on that. So that's my. How does it get fixed, he asked. We start by fixing it here and accelerate what we can do federally, the Forest Service and other land entities in this place, and it's tough, it's difficult. We fight this all the time. My chairman of Natural Resources, Mr. Westerman, fought very hard on this topic. I don't want to pull you into this muck here I might be creating here, but, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of my communities. Greenville lost, Canyon Dam lost, most of Paradise, California lost. Other communities around there, a 1 million acre Dixie fire, many other 6-digit fires. They're not getting it done. And for Governor Newsom to say, yeah, we got this ambitious plan, and then claim victory on this amount when the amount was supposed to be that amount, it is indeed disingenuous. So I appreciate the thought in your amendment there, and that, maybe if you could pull the money away from the blue state part of California that burns up because of this, that'd be a discussion, although that's going to get headlines now too. LaMalfa hates everybody in blue California. But this is where these policies come from. It comes from urban areas not supporting what we have to suffer in the rural areas with fire and then the mudslides we're talking about, and then not to mention all the other issues. So I appreciate the fiscal teeth you're trying to put into the policy here. I just can't get behind it right now because it negatively affects good rural people like mine that are trying to figure out how to navigate until some sense is made of forestry in my state and this country. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Stanton, you're right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. LaMalfa, for those comments, your advocacy on behalf of rural California. I know what you meant. Your point was really red or blue, it doesn't matter. You want every area to be treated equitably in this country. I'm a big city mayor. I came here after serving 2 terms as mayor of Phoenix, one of the largest cities in the country. But this bill really is advocating for rural Arizona, rural California, and rural parts of the United States of America, assisting states and local governments with life safety measures through the Fire Management Assistance Grant Program and other post-wildfire actions, including mitigation, should not be contingent on something most emergency managers do not have control over, in this case, forest management. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania for bringing the issue up. It's, the way I look at this is we're discussing Band-Aids today, and we need to be discussing how you prevent the injury in the first place. as long as we don't do the management, we're going to continue coming back here and looking at how we can give more federal aid to help people who have been injured financially not because of their fault, but because of poor management decisions. And it's unfortunate that it comes to this when we know if we, again, invested in a few ounces of prevention, we could avoid many, many pounds of cure, that's what this is today. But I totally understand the scope of what we're doing when we're talking about FEMA and providing aid to people who have lost property, whose lives have been damaged, and not because of something they did, but because of poor government policies and poor execution, many times from the federal government. But I wish Congress would really take as seriously the need to prevent the problem as we seem to take the need to address the problem after it has occurred. And maybe we could come back here someday and talk about how we don't need as much money in the FEMA program to help innocent victims who, again, whose lives have been damaged by poor policy decisions and poor execution by the federal government. But you're exactly right on the need to do more management. And the management across the federal estate is not increasing, it's going down. We can't seem to learn from our mistakes. We see these disastrous wildfires like the one that happened in Mr. Lamalfa's district and the many that are going to continue to happen. And Congress' solution is to come back and approve more funding, approve more assistance to victims instead of looking at the root cause of the problem and trying to actually fix the problem. So, again, I appreciate what you're trying to do. I'm 100% with you on that, but also understand the purpose of this bill is to help people who have been adversely affected by poor decisions from others. It's a bad spot to be in, but we could fix it if we would just come together and work on it as hard on the prevention side as what we do on the cure side of things. Now yield back.
Mr. Garamendi.
I thought I'd go through this entire markup without hearing from our friend from Pennsylvania. But we have had the opportunity to hear from him, and I guess many of us go, what in the world is he talking about? His amendment simply would prohibit the funding to solve the problem because a goal was not achieved. I would suspect that if that were the case, none of us would be here because our goal would be to have 100% of the people in our district vote for us, and not many of us have achieved that, nor would we ever do so. But the reality is that the underlying bill gets at some of the problem. And some of the problem is that the FEMA, in this case, has rules and regulations that date back probably, 50, 70 years. The bill updates that. The amendment would prohibit the funding unless some goal were to be reached. I was looking at the numbers behind you, and California has not completed its goal yet, and probably never will satisfactorily manage the wildland to prevent catastrophic fires. We're never going to get to 100% here. But this problem of dealing with wildfires is a multifaceted problem, not only in trying to mitigate and reduce the risk, but also multifaceted because there are multiple agencies involved. State, county, local governments, districts of all kinds, federal government, multiple federal government programs. We need to, as a Congress here, look at the totality and to align the federal programs in such a way that we achieve the goal of reducing, the goal would be to continue to reducing through time the risk of wildfires. The underlying bill does that. The amendment that's been proposed goes exactly in the other direction by prohibiting funding to achieve the underlying goal. So we really do have our work cut out for us. Mr. Westerman and the Natural Resources Committee aligning the Forest Service, which is the major landowner, holder of land in California, so that its programs are aligned properly for mitigation. I know you're working on that, Mr. Westerman, and thank you for doing so. Mr. LaMaffa, I know you are also. Thank you for doing that. This is not just an urban area, this is also, not just a rural area, it's also an urban area, which I now represent. Urban forests. The problem is there. So that is state. In some cases, it's county. Rarely is it federal. But we have to really focus on aligning all of the agencies to achieve the goal of reducing the risks that are involved. I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to speak on the larger problem here. The amendment is not appropriate. There are other adjectives I would use, but I'll just let it go at that. But you did give me the chance to opine on the large problem, and I want to thank the committees and the members here working across the multiplicity of federal agencies to make progress on the, I got a minute. Mr. LaMaffa, you yield to me, I'll yield to you.
Well, thank you for that back, Mr. Garamendi. I should point out, too, as I chair the subcommittee in agriculture on forestry, and it's important that all of us colleagues look at the farm bill that's trying to emerge from that committee and some important work on the forestry aspect that's going to happen, such as categorical exclusions, which are looking for solutions, for 10 to 15,000 acre projects that we can start getting numerous of those projects around the country. And you see the results on some of the fires we've had, that where you hit one of those areas, like one near Tahoe was done several years ago, was it the Caldor fire, I want to say, was basically stopped and saved a community there because of that treatment and work that had been done there. We've been up on that site, several of us, looking at that work, and that's what we need, much more of that. So solutions are out there, and we've actually had some pilot, smallish examples compared to the number of acres that have worked. So the Farm Bill will have these in it, and we hope to include stronger pieces in that ongoing as well. So thank you for the time. I yield back to Mr. Garamendi.
Well, we can make progress, and this committee is making progress with the underlying bill, notwithstanding the amendment, which I think is a really, really bad one. I yield back.
Mr. Burchett. Did you have? Okay, Mr. Van Drew. Well, he had requested some time earlier, I think, for Mr. Perry.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Believe it or not, New Jersey has one of the highest percentages of the state preserved in forest and wildlife and farmland. I know the northern part of the state is very densely populated and urban. The southern part of the state, which I cover the vast majority of, I have the largest district in the state, is quite rural, and we have large swaths of forest, and we do have problems similar to this as well. The reason I bring this up is because when I was in the state senate for many years, so often we would try to get a wildfire management plan put through, and it became political. And it was said it was done for the lumber harvesters, or it was done for a particular entity. It was simply to manage the forests. Forests do need to be managed, and in cases where they're not, it is more prone to have wildfires. It's just a fact. And so I know sometimes we always want to do, in reference and with respect to Mr. Garamendi, what's proper and appropriate, and that's what Congress has done for many, many years. And sometimes what's appropriate in Congress isn't appropriate for the rest of the country. I agree with Mr. Perry's amendment here. I think he's trying to do the right thing. This is a partnership. So before we keep just throwing money at things, which we need to do sometimes, let's make sure that the partnership exists and that the local entity, whether it be the state or whatever entity it is doing the right thing. Because, there's too many times, in fact, let me say this, I'm a dentist, it reminds me of preventative dentistry or preventative medicine. Sometimes we keep giving people medications and they just have to eat better and maybe exercise a little bit and take care of themselves. Well, here's the deal. We're dishing out the medication, but we're not taking care of the preventative medicine, which is to manage your forests and to manage this wildlife fire situation. So I think he's right-minded in doing this. I don't think it's outrageous. I don't think it's wrong. I do think it's appropriate. And I just think, Scott, I don't always agree with you, but I wanted to defend you on this one. So I yield back, or do you want to speak? I yield my time to Representative Perry.
I thank my friend from New Jersey, and I just, for the time and his comments, and I do want to respond to my good friend from California. I'm not saying that this management plan is imposed from Washington, D.C. And with all due respect, there's not a lot of moving parts. It's California. It's their management plan. They come up with it. I'm not prescribing it. I'm not telling them what has to be in it, when it has to be done, or anything. They just come up with it. That's what it says. Adhere to a wildlife management plan that includes prevention, suppression, and recovery, which is involved in every other state. It's their plan. They come up with it. My friend from California, it might be way down here. But if it's their plan, it's their plan. Be honest with us. Be honest with your constituents. Not yours, I'm sorry. Not meant to imply that, but with the governor's constituents. Just tell them what the plan is. And then, like my friend from New Jersey said, we're partners here. But we got a partner who's not willing to do anything except ask us for more money. Well, that doesn't seem like a very good partnership to me. I think we're all willing to help. We all understand the issue. My friend from Northern California, we all lamented wildfires that were happening there, the communities that were devastated. Every single one of us lamented that. We all want to help. But my goodness, if the state won't help itself, refuses to help itself, just saying, have a plan. Have a plan, and then we'll help. That's it. That's all this amendment does. I yield back to the gentleman from New Jersey.
I yield back to the chairman.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start out by saying, Mr. Chairman, that first of all, it's an incredibly embarrassing markup that I have more amendments than Mr. Perry. And I'm very sorry about that. But, Mr. Chairman, a few things. Number one, the wildfire management practices in the United States used to be let it burn. That's what we used to do. We used to just say let it burn, and that was how active we were. And we changed from let it burn to actually intervening and putting fires out. All right? All right, Mr. Boss is saying they still do that in Alaska. Let it burn. Okay, so let me say it again. It used to be that you just let them go. But now we've decided that we're going to intervene and we're going to try and put fires out. Okay? So if we're going to make that change and we think that change makes sense, that's fine. But Mr. Perry is exactly right that we can't have this huge change in strategy and not come out and proactively manage the forest, remove the fuel, and carry out appropriate forest management practices, as Mr. Westerman knows better than all of us, to mitigate or reduce the threat of wildfires. These things go hand in hand. And quite frankly, in regard to Stafford Act writ large, I think we should be incentivizing or directing states, counties, parishes to be proactive to reduce or mitigate the risks or the hazards. All right, so in regard to the objectives of what my friend Mr. Perry's doing, I agree. I think he's exactly right because you think about this, if you don't go out there and mitigate, if you don't go out there and reduce the vulnerability, you're gonna have bigger fires. It's gonna end up costing more money in damages and recovery. There's a nonprofit I've actually gone out and participated with. It's called Safe Woods, and I went out and did forest management practices with them. Michael Dubin, the Dollar Shave Club guy, started it and has just taken this up as a personal passion. And it's amazing how much fuel there is, how many forests are left totally untouched, no maintenance program, no mitigation strategy. Where I have concerns with what Mr. Perry has done is twofold. Number one, this doesn't provide any runway. So if this bill's enacted tomorrow and states don't have a mitigation strategy or a management plan in place, they're ineligible tomorrow. I think the appropriate thing to do would give some runway, give them a year, 2 years, whatever the forest gurus say, to actually develop a mitigation strategy. The second problem I have with the amendment is I think the pot of money may be misguided because It's actually targeting the pot of money that is designated for active fire suppression or active firefighting efforts, which means you would make a community ineligible for fighting the fire, for assistance to fight the fire, which means the fire is going to burn more, it's going to cause more damages, it's going to have more recovery costs, ultimately costing the federal government and local and state governments more money. So, in closing, one, I support what he's trying to do. Two, if we're moving to a intervention strategy, then we've got to have an operations maintenance plan to go along with it, and Mr. Perry's amendment attempts to do that. Three, I don't think this amendment's ready for prime time. I am going to vote against it, and I'd urge my friend from Pennsylvania to withdraw with the commitment that they work together. But I think the concept of trying to mitigate strategies like this and trying to mitigate ultimate vulnerability or cost exposure to the federal government makes all the sense in the world, and we should be doing that more. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge rejection of the amendment, but I also, even stronger, urge my friend from Pennsylvania to withdraw from a commitment from the chairman that they can work together to get some type of progress on this, on his objective here. Yield back.
Mr. Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love the discussion, but I'd like to yield to Mr. Garamendi.
I guess we're all proving that we'll talk until the time runs out. So please excuse me, or at least understand. Mr. Graves, you were almost completing the argument. Smokey the Bear, for about 50 years, prevented fires, and fires was one of the principal mitigation that was in almost every forest across the nation. That policy is in the process of changing, hasn't completed yet. However, the mitigation programs have significantly changed. It was only in the last 4 years that the Congress gave the Forest Service 2 different budgets. One budget for fighting fires and a second budget for mitigation. That has not yet worked its way through the federal forests, and similarly, it has not worked its way through all of the state and local responsibility areas. But it is in process, and right now, we, the Congress, is putting forth 2 different budgets for the Forest Service. That's also being carried out in California. The fact that California has not achieved its goal, and Mr. Perry is correct on that, doesn't mean that they ought not have any support from the federal government. If that was the question, there's not one of us in this committee that would say we have achieved 100% of our goals in legislation here. And therefore, we ought to be thrown out of here. Well, we may get thrown out for reasons, perhaps that'll be one. But nonetheless, we all set a goal, and then we work towards that goal. Mr. Perry's amendment, unfortunately, would preclude California from having any money for not reaching its goal. Let me just put this very clearly. We've made a lot of progress. Most of what we're talking about here is in a different committee, Mr. Westerman's and the Ag Committee. But we're talking about FEMA here specifically. And the underlying legislation that Mr. Perry's amendment would go to is good in that it requires FEMA to recalculate, redo how it goes about setting its standards, all to the good. But I think my point here, and I'm going to end right now in just a moment, is that instead of throwing bricks at each other, we should take and be aware of the progress that this committee and others have made in dramatically altering the National Program for Fire Prevention from one of simply stopping all fires to one of mitigation. We've made progress. We're not home yet, but we've made a lot of progress, and we ought to continue to do it, which the underlying bill does, and which, unfortunately, Mr. Perry's amendment goes in the wrong direction. I thank all of you for the additional time and for boring you, perhaps, but we're making progress here. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, reclaiming my time, I think California has suffered a lot of wildfires, and I think Mr. Garamendi's efforts are great. Thank you.
Mr. Perry.
Mr. Chairman, if we can have some agreement that we can work together on this issue prior to the bill coming to the floor to find an acceptable solution, then I would be amenable to withdrawing this amendment.
So, yes, I like what you're trying to do. We just got to figure out how to get there.
So let the record reflect how accommodating and reasonable I am, and that Garrett actually spoke on behalf of my amendment. And with that, I request unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
I hope it's Garrett's birthday every time we have a markup, if that's the case.
He's so grown up now, it's amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. The amendment is withdrawn. I assume too, Garrett, that the reason you lost your voice is because you were rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs this week?
That's a better excuse than Washington Mardi Gras being all last week, so yes, sir.
All right. We are just so staff knows that we are going to be voting here shortly, and we'll probably recess after we do. After we proceed with final passage, we will break here in a little bit, but make sure we let everybody know. We are now proceed with final passage of this legislation. The question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 7070 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 77 as amended is agreed to and favorably reported to the House. Okay, so again, as noted, there are recorded votes. How many?
I believe 8.
8. So again, pursuant to committee rule 6F, further proceedings on the measure will be postponed. We will break until approximately 1:30 or so. So let everybody know that we will be reconvening here before too much longer. I know we got a lot of other markups going on, and that's obviously the problem. So we will recess briefly and return with those postponed votes. Call the committee back to order. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 7023. The question is now on the amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023, previously postponed. First, Amendment 89, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, on which a recorded vote was ordered, which was agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested?
It was requested by you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's yours.
A recorded vote is still requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. As this is the first time we are using this system, I want to note that my intention is to always have the first vote open just a little bit longer for 5 minutes, and then we will obviously shorten that time to 2 minutes for subsequent votes. That said, this first vote will be open for 5 minutes, and I will be voting yes, and the ranking member
I'll be voting no.
will be voting no. The clerk will now open the vote on Amendment 89 offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Alpha. What?
Oh, and you're sitting right there.
I think it maybe is a short-term fix, like for this markup, but we are planning to tether it.
One of their problems.
More permanent, yes, that's what we discussed.
Is there a problem with this?
I just don't think it works. Great. It's bipartisan. It's now a bipartisan bill. Thank you, Chair Mendy.
Where's Babin?
Yeah, one of Mr. Larson could ask UC to close the vote.
Wilson's on our way, so we could just do this. Do the first vote. I'll let you know so everyone else knows. Ms. Chair, we've been notified that Ms. Wilson is on her way, so if we just do the first full 5 minutes on this one, and we'll sort out.
Yeah, 2 minutes remaining. Yep.
Thank you. Tia got the first shingles shot.
Yeah.
And I just called her. She had a headache last night. upper arm hurts. I've got a massive headache. I've got to intersect tonight, don't worry about it.
It sounded like they won't mostly have the full 5. It sounded like the next one at least do 2, and then maybe after that they might consider reducing. Sure. We're going slow.
But if she doesn't get here, so you close it at 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's still gonna be faster than what we usually do.
Is it 8 minutes about? About 8.5 minutes per vote? When we roll call it?
When we roll call it, is that right?
About 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think once people start getting the hang of this, I mean, we could be down to 1 minute.
It's always just like the floor, that first one. Yeah, the 15 that turns into 45.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk, please close the vote and announce the total.
On this vote, there were 34 ayes and 27 nays.
By a vote of 34 ayes, 27 noes, the amendment is agreed to. Next, Amendment 40, offered by Mr. Stanton of Arizona, in which a recorded vote was not agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? Yes. A recorded vote is still requested. Members will record their vote using electronic voting system. This vote will be open for 2 minutes, and the chairman will be voting no.
Ranking will be voting yes.
Clerk, please open the vote on Amendment 40 offered by Mr. Stanton, Arizona.
Well, not everyone's here, so maybe 1 more 2-minute vote.
I think you guys could drop
What do you
it to
think?
a minute.
10-minute vote?
I think a minute's fair, but that's just me.
So, yeah, we'll just drop it. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, clerk, please close the vote, announce the vote total.
On this vote, there are 30 ayes and 32 nays.
A vote of 30 ayes and 32 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Next, Amendment 54, offered by Mr. Ryan of New York, in which a recorded vote was ordered, which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is this recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
Recorded vote is still requested. Members, please record their votes using the electronic voting system, and I will be voting no.
Ranking will be voting yes.
And this one's, we're going to shorten this even more, so open the vote and on Amendment 54 offered by Mr. Ryan.
You want to open it for 1 minute? That's fine. We'll do for 2 this time.
No reason, we can just shut it down.
Mr. Chair, since all members have voted, I'll ask unanimous consent that you go ahead and close the vote.
Without objection? Hearing none, clerk close the vote and announce the total.
On this vote, there are 30 ayes and 32 nays.
A vote of 30 ayes, 32 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Next, Amendment 90, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, in which a recorded vote was ordered and which was agreed to by voice voters. A recorded vote still requested.
Yes.
A recorded vote is still requested. Members will record their vote using the electronic voting system. This vote will be open for 1 minute, so we're bringing it down to 1 minute. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking will vote no.
So the clerk, please open the vote on Amendment 90 offered by Mr. Graves. Have all members been recorded or wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, clerk, please close the vote and announce the total.
On this vote, there are 33 ayes and 29 nays.
By a vote of 33 ayes, 29 noes, the amendment is agreed to. The question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7023 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. No. The ayes appear to have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
You want it on the EMS?
Withdraw recorded vote on that, but on passage.
The ayes do have it. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 7023 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it.
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. This vote will be open for 1 minute. The chairman will be voting aye.
Ranking will vote no.
Open the vote.
Set a record.
Have all members been recorded or wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing no one, the clerk please close the vote and announce the total.
On this vote, there are 32 ayes and 30 nays.
By a vote of 32 ayes and 30 noes, the bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 5089. The question is now on the amendments to H.R. 5089 that were previously postponed. First, Amendment 1, offered by Ms. Napolitano of California, in which a recorded vote was ordered and which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still ordered? It is. The recorded vote is still requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. This vote will be open for 1 minute. The chairman will be voting no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
Open the vote.
Like automatically dispenses. Little Pavlov situation. Well, if you vote with the chairman, you vote with the chairman, you get piece of candy.
You down with that, Sam? We can pass out. We probably should have been doing that all along anyway.
Yeah, no.
I mean, that's not.
Aaron, you can vote yes and kill it, or vote no and kill it. Because voice votes, we could just fall behind each person. You kill it either way.
Have all members been recorded or wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing no one, the clerk please close the vote and announce the total.
On this vote, there are 30 ayes and 32 nays.
By a vote of 30 ayes, 32 nays, the amendment is not agreed to. Next, Amendment 55, Revision 1, offered by Ms. Sykes of Ohio, in which a recorded vote was ordered and which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
A recorded vote is still requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. Chairman will be voting no.
Ranking will vote yes.
Open the vote.
Downside is we're getting through this so fast now. I can't make excuses about not being back.
Oh, I don't know. Have all members been recorded or wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing no one, clerk, please close the vote and announce the total.
On this vote, there are 30 ayes and 32 nays.
By a vote of 30 ayes, 32 nays, the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 5089 to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The bill is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House without
Ask
objection.
for a recorded vote at this point.
Recorded vote has been requested. Members, please record your vote by the electronic system. The chairman will be voting aye.
Ranking will be voting no.
Open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk please close the vote and announce the total.
On this vote, there are 32 ayes and 30 nays.
By a vote of 32 ayes and 30 noes, the bill is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I would say that has been a huge success. Thank you, everyone, for participating in today's markup. I'd ask unanimous consent that each measure order reported today be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating any amendments adopted without objection. That is so ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make all necessary technical clarifying and conforming changes to each of the measures ordered reported today to reflect the actions of the committee. And without objection, that is so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 22, Clause 1, I ask unanimous consent that the chairman or his designee be authorized to offer such motions as may be necessary in the House to go to conference with the Senate on the legislation adopted today or any similar measure. Without objection, that is so ordered. And I ask unanimous consent that the chairman, after consultation with the ranking member, have authority to strike or revise any provision of the measures order reported today that would cause sequential referral to another committee or would cause the bill to be subject to a Budget Act or Rule 21 cut-go. Point of order. Without objection, that is so ordered. And pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I ask unanimous consent that all members of the committee have at least 2 calendar days in which to file any supplemental, minority, additional, dissenting views on the legislation adopted today. Without objection, that is so ordered. And pursuant to Rule 6 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, I note the presence of a quorum for actions taken on all committee business today. And with that, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has completed its business and the committee is now adjourned.